That's a lovely new, what do you call it at the beginning like that? The sting thing. It's lovely, isn't it? Hello, good morning. It's Saturday morning here at Zone Quarter. How are you? I've not been... Hannah and I haven't been in for 3 days, and it feels like we haven't been for ages. Lots has happened. The new office has been built while we've been away. Shows what can be done, doesn't it? Anyway, welcome. We've got a gorgeous day today. Seasonal designer wardrobe, it's called. Now, you see that row of tulips? That's exactly what fashion designer Ashish Gupta is using as his theme for this season. I know, isn't it lovely? He does the red one, the purple one, the pink one. Anyway, less about Ashish and more about us. How are you? Coming up today, we have got the most lovely lineup. I've got a menu for you coming up here. It's a seasonal designer wardrobe, 8 o'clock dressmaking hour with Jennifer. Then we've got 9 o'clock John's fabric finds. 10 o'clock Jennifer's back with the tea dress. And then at 11 o'clock me with fabulous florals. So don't go anywhere. Sit down, get your cup of tea, get your breakfast. Enjoy the next 4 hours. I hope you do. Now, we'd like you to get in touch. We are a very, very interactive television channel. So if you've got anything to say, any questions to ask, then please do. The best way to do it is if it's a short, quick question or statement or anything like that, the best way to do it is on a web chat. And the way you do that is you go, it's very easy, because I did it the other day when Rebecca Reed was on the other day. What you do is you just go to the website, www.zonequarter.com. You click on Watch Today's Show. When you click on that, you'll get a bigger version of me, sadly. And then what you do is scroll down the page, and you'll see that little box there, message to the studio. All you need to do is write your message in there. Oh, here we go. Now, good morning. Good morning from Hannah, producer Hannah. It's very early for her. She was just saying how awake she was today as well. So all you do is you write your message down, click on send the message, go straight through to producer Hannah upstairs. While we're there, if you look just below, products from today's show, that's all the things that Natasha had yesterday. Any minute now, they will all disappear. And as we show pieces and notions and fabrics and patterns today, our pieces will appear there, and you can just click on them and pop them in your basket. Or if you want to pop it in your basket while it's live on the television, you see to the right there, add to basket. All you do, you can't do that now because that bag by Noodlehead was yesterday. Add to the basket. Was it Natasha or was it Amy yesterday? I can't remember now. I think it was Amy yesterday, not Natasha. I do apologise. Then you just click on add to your basket, put it in your basket. Make sure you check out though, because when it's very, very, very busy. We do have people missing out, and I would hate to do that. And that's why we introduced the £2.95 postage packaging per day. So if you buy something in this 8 o'clock hour, put it through, check it out your basket. If you definitely want it, check out your basket. Then if you see something in the 11 o'clock hour, you think, oh, I'll have that. You don't then get charged another £2.95. It all gets consolidated at the end of the day and just pay one post and packaging of £2.95. It's brilliant. Anyway, we're starting off with this. Now, it's called a swing dress, right? But it's the most beautiful tunic top, isn't it, really? I love the fullness of the fabric. Very simple to make, very simple to wear. And one of those things you're going to chuck on with your jeans, with your leggings, with anything, really. Or if you're feeling a little bit saucy with a pair of tights and a high pair of shoes, it's going to look gorgeous, isn't it? Now, we've done it today. We've bundled it together. The pattern is separate. I'll show you the pattern in a second. But I'll show you all the fabrics that we've bundled for it today because it's beautiful. You only need 2.5 metres to make it, you see. And we've put these fabrics. Now, what it is, you get 2.5 metres of fabric and you get the thread in the little bundle as well, which is fantastic, isn't it? They're all plain colours. Now, don't worry, because in the next hour, 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock, I've got lots and lots and lots of different fabrics. So if you're thinking, oh, John, I couldn't wear that in plain, but it looked lovely in a floral, make sure you watch at 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock, and I've got more fabrics there to show you. But this is a little bundle we've put together for you on this one, starting with... Now, I mean, that must get the colours correct, mustn't we? So, we're going to start with the navy. The navy is the back here. I'm not going to waft them now. I'll waft them later. We've got the dark navy. Very, very dark. Well, in fact, this is the one that Jennifer's going to be using to make her sample with today. So you get the fabric, 2.5 metres, and you get the thread for £16.95. And nice. Anyway, that's the navy. Next... Look at this, look at this. Is it sienna orange, this, or just orange? What's it called? You need to get the colours right. Vienna, not sienna, Vienna orange, and you get the thread. 2.5 metres of the thread, not the thread, 2.5 metres, you get 100 metres of the thread, 2.5 metres of the fabric, 100, that's a lovely colour, isn't it? That one, beautiful, going to go with lots of... We'll talk about what you can wear them with later on. So we've got the navy blue and we've got the orange. Damson. Oh, now that's that one. That's that one. That's the one that we've already made there, the damson fabric. That's nice. Now, we'll waft them for you later, and again, you get the reel of thread. Now, obviously, they always say, don't they, go darker with your thread rather than lighter. They've definitely gone darker on that one. But it looked nice. It looked beautiful on the fabric. That's damson. That's damson. 2.5 metres of fabric, £16.95 plus the thread. Then... £2.5 metres of fabric and a reel of thread, remember. Aqua. Aqua. It all depends on what colour you like, doesn't it? It's going to look gorgeous in all these colours. Let me know, when I finish, let me know which your favourites are. £16.95. 2.5 metres of the fabric and the thread, £16.95. We'll get on with the sewing in a minute. I'm just showing you all the different colours to start with. Then, mauve. Now, is this mauve or mauve mist? Mauve mist, this one's called. Beautiful, isn't it? Mauve mist with the thread. £16.95. Now, lovely. Right, last but not least. Now, what green are they calling this? Emerald green, good. No, I'm being careful because a lady said that sometimes I read out the wrong names, and I'm sure I don't. Oh. Emerald green with a dark forest green thread, £16.95. Which is your favourite? Which one do you get? The thing is, excuse me, we're about to show you how to make this gorgeous top out of these fabrics. But you know what? You don't have to make the top. You could just have the fabrics for your stash, couldn't you? There it is. That's the top that we're about to, well, I say we, Jennifer is about to make. Make sure the iron's on. Jennifer.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are we?
Great.
Mwah.
Lovely to see you.
And you. So, let's just show the pattern. Before I start, let's just show the pattern. Now, they're calling it, on the pattern, they do call it a frock, right? I wouldn't call this a frock at all, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
I'd call... Well, you can see by the picture of the lady there. It's definitely, I'd say, a swing top. You know, like a tunic, one you just throw on and enjoy. It's very... Well, I can't say that. It's very... à la mode de la high street shop de Gap, is what that's what we're saying. The pattern is £12.95, but again, the pattern goes from sizes... Hang on, I'll tell you now. I'll put my glasses on. 8 to 20. 8 to 20 the pattern goes to. Now, look, before we start cutting, I just want to point something out. On the back here are the sizes of your body, right? Now, you always must check the measurements, because on the one we're doing later, it's the finished dress size. But this one, so don't necessarily go by the UK English side, or UK dress size. Go by the actual measurements. So these are actually your measurements. Now, the only one I'd worry about really is the bust. Because the waist and the hips, you don't really need, because it's flared out from the bust, so you don't really need that. So I would go, and they're obviously in centimetres, go with your bust size on the size you need. But it doesn't matter. All sizes are in the pattern. It's all one pattern, isn't it?
Yeah,
you've got all the different sizes mentioned on. Now, again, really good quality paper, isn't it, that the pattern's drawn on?
So there's the back. Beautifully simple. The front and facings. And the facings aren't interfaced, understitched or top stitched.
So actually it's brilliant for beginners.
And it has that minimalist look because there's no top stitching.
That's lovely. So, like you say, it's got a minimalist look there. It's made in the damson. That one's in the damson there. Excuse me. The pattern is £12.95. And then the fabric was, I'll show you, there you go, £16.95, £16.95.
So that's what the pieces look like. And there's an option to put pockets in the side seams as well.
It's quite nice to have a pocket in the side, isn't it? The trouble is, if you have pockets, you automatically put your hands in them, don't you?
And things.
And things. So it's even got, these instructions that come with it, it's even got how to lay it out on the... Now, the width of our fabric is 110, so it would be... Oh, hang on, I need to put my glasses back on, sorry. Would be this one here. Yeah. So it shows you how to... Now, with plain fabric, it doesn't really matter so much, but if you're going to do it out of a different fabric with a direction, then obviously you need to take note of that, the way it's placed there. But the instructions are fantastic, look. Thorough little booklet with drawings and instructions and everything on there.
I love the way it's illustrated.
Yes.
Also, with a print fabric, if there's a distinctive... Well, there's always going to be a pattern repeat.
Yes.
But sometimes there's a really distinctive pattern repeat, isn't there? I would place... the front and the back so that that distinctive part of the print is in alignment.
Yes.
So that's something to bear in mind if you put these on a printed fabric.
Yes, exactly.
Like that sort of thing.
Yes, yes, if it was being done on that one, you'd want to be careful, wouldn't you? But with as we say, with the plain colours, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Really lovely. So where do we start then?
We start, I've cut it out already.
Right.
So these pieces that we have on here are those.
Okay, so now the pattern pieces, you can cut to your size, anything from an 8 to a 20.
Yes.
Does it include seam allowance? I'm sure it does. I've just read it somewhere.
1.5 throughout.
Yes, 1.5 centimetres.
And they say that at the very beginning. And they also have allowed the same amount for a hem.
It's lovely, isn't it? Okay, so you've cut out...
Yeah, what I did, and I always do this after I've cut something out, is just lay it out and make sure everything's there.
Right.
And I've placed the facings over the top of the piece that they
now,
go with.
To see, oh, it looks a lovely colour, I'm telling you. You won't be able to see those. There's facings here, look. The facings are... Now, it's not just... Because normally you see a facing round the armhole, don't you? And a facing round the neck. But the facing is all in one. I'll just take it off, right? It's done, I presume, for simplicity and for neatness, so everything's all encased within the facing.
Yeah.
Because I suppose, if you think about it, if you did a neck facing and then you did a sleeve facing, you're going to have two loose bits of fabric.
Inside,
yes,
whereas
exactly.
this is, I've tried to make that so it passes the turn it inside out test.
Also, I love the... it's got kind of... What did you call it earlier?
It's a grown-on capped sleeve.
A grown-on capped sleeve.
Yeah, so there's no construction seam line there. It's a capped sleeve, but it's what we call grown on, so it's added. It's there, but it just flows from the main garment.
Yes. Now, there is a shop that's the name of a lettuce that sells designer clothes and 3 letters, and it's one of our producer Hannah's favourite shops. They would sell pieces like this in there.
I'm not getting it.
Cos.
Oh, okay.
Isn't cos a lettuce? I'm sure it was. I used to work on a fruit and veg stall. I'm sure it was, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Right, OK, so you've cut out your front. Now, did you do your normal... did you do your normal thing of extending... Because you like to extend your centre back, don't you?
I didn't because of the design and because it doesn't have a zip.
Oh, no, of course not.
That's the other really simple thing about this. It has... Their suggestion is 1 button and 1 ruler loop at the top nape of neck.
Right. Can I go and spin the... Did you take a picture of the back or not?
I'll put these facings together.
I'll go a picture of the back so I don't need to go wandering over to it. OK. I'll bring that for you. Hannah's just got to find it.
Yeah, I decided to go for 3 buttons instead of 1.
Yes, because on the pattern it says 1 button. And we've got buttons to sell as well. I'll show you them in a second. Here we go. So there's the... no. It's coming, I promise. There it is, there it is. There you go. So instead of 1 button, Jennifer's done 3 buttons, just because, as you said, that's the only... It's such a simple garment. That's the only embellishment, isn't it?
Yeah, and I really love those colours together.
Yes. We've got other buttons to show you for the different colours later on. Yeah. So what are you doing now, then?
I'm pinning the shoulder seams together on the facing and the main outer, front and back.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to sew all 4 in one go, without pulling the thread out and snipping it.
OK.
Because it saves thread, and it's kind of a good use of time. So that's the back facings pinned to the front. That's the front body. We don't sew the centre back seam yet.
OK, hang on, I'm confused now. So that's the...
That's the centre back.
Yes.
That's the centre front. These are the shoulder seams. So I'm going to...
So you're sewing the facing into the shoulder seams?
Just sewing the shoulder seams together all the way along there, and the same shoulder seams along here.
Tells you to do all of this in the instructions, though, doesn't it?
It does, yes. And then that's our back. So then once you pin those together, it's quite a simple process.
Sorry, Jennifer. A few of you have put this in your basket, and it says it's £0.
Ooh.
So please ring the call centre and they'll sort it out. It's very easy, 0800 112 44 33. It's not £0, it's £12.95. But... Oh, right, now, other people are saying it's absolutely fine, but a couple of ladies have had an issue with saying it's £0. Just double-check or speak to the call centre and they'll sort it out for you.
So it's a curve because they've cut the pattern based on the shoulder.
Yes.
So it's got this lovely curve in it. So what I'd be mindful of while sewing the seam is not to stretch it, but just to let it go under the foot and the needle without pushing or pulling at all, and then matching at the end.
Tracy says, hello, Jennifer.
Hello.
What a treat to see you, she says.
How lovely.
Is she a friend of yours?
Not that I'm aware of.
Could be now. New friend.
It's funny. You know when you used to like driving a different car, I keep going over here for the reverse.
Yes.
My hand keeps doing that. The reverse on this one is here. It's a funny habit. Right, so then, rather than pulling out, trimming off,
Yes.
I go straight over to the next one.
We're using the navy. Jennifer's using the navy fabric here. That's the bundle you're seeing across the bottom there. 2.5 metres of the fabric and a reel of a spool of thread for £16.95. We'll have a look at all the colours again in a minute. Lots of people asking about the damson one. I'm going to get the iron out because I'm presuming there's an iron coming up soon, an ironing.
Yes, and we'll press it on the
Tracy
ham.
says she wishes she was your friend.
Aw.
She's just a fan.
Lovely.
Oh, Tracy. A lovely thing to say.
Yeah. And then straight over to these. Again, I'm not cutting the thread. I'm kind of mixing factory techniques with bespoke.
Oof.
Well, there's no point cutting it. And,
hang
is
on.
there?
Not chainmailing, not tailgating. What does Lucy call this? Chain piecing, is it?
I can't remember the name.
Chain piecing, Lucy calls it.
Oh, right. So I'm heading towards the neck edge. And then the last one.
Don't be put off by Jay, does that? He just comes creeping onto the set.
Am I being untidy with pattern pieces? Sorry about that.
Jay! We were on that. That was Jay, by the way. You may have seen him running up King's Heath High Street after a leg of lamb the other day, but that's another story. Oh, Jay. That was a real close-up. It's always all spots and everything.
And then I just clip the stitches that join all the shoulder seams. And then press them on the ham.
Then press. Right, now, we're going to use a ham. They're sold out at the moment. We will be getting more in. But after my show with Janet the other day, these and the sausage roll ones all sold out. But we're definitely getting more in.
Now, I'm not going to stay stitch it because I'm going to sew the facings on straight away.
Right, OK.
But I think if it's a project that you're going to handle a lot, and always, if you're going to fit something, stay stitch it.
OK, just explain what a stay stitch is.
Stay stitch would be you can either do it regular stitch length, so something like 2.5 or up to 4.5, as long as it's within the seam allowance. So in this case, I would stay stitch 1 centimetre from the raw edge, all the way round. And because the neck is so curved, it can stretch out of shape. But in this instance, I know this fabric is really firm, and I'm going to sew the facing on straight away. And I don't want to spend time stay stitching right now.
So you just stitch just inside the seam allowance, round there,
all the way round. And
it just
on the
holds
armholes as well.
Just holds it all in place.
But in this instance, I'm going to just sew them together
Okay.
after I've pressed.
All right, you press. I'll go and show fabric, shall I? Because everyone's talking about the colours of the fabrics. You're not missing anything. Don't worry, you're not missing anything with Jennifer. It's just literally pressing the seams. You press them all open, are you?
Yes, and the ham is actually the same shape as that shoulder.
Yeah. Leave one seam not done, and we can have a look at you doing that when I come back. 6 gorgeous colours to choose from. The damson is this one, a very, very popular damson. This is the one that the dress is already made of. The top is already made of, the Jennifer's already done. You get 2.5 metres of the fabric. You get the reel of thread for £16.95. It's 2.5 metres, this fabric. I will waft one out, but they look so neat and tidy, don't they? I will waft one out for you in a second. So that's the damson and the thread for £16.95. You only need the thing is, you only need 2.5 metres to make the top. So you're fine, whatever size you're making. OK? That's the one we've done already there, you see. That's the damson one. 2.5 metres. Then the navy, which is the one that Jennifer's using at the moment. Now, this is a very, very dark navy, isn't it? It's a lovely, lovely, rich, dark navy. And again, you get the thread with it. 2.5 metres of the fabric, reel of thread for £16.95. Lovely, isn't it? You can do so much with solids, and the Spectrum solids by Macau, they're just the quality. You know, those who've already bought them, you absolutely love them. So that's the damson and the navy. Now, this is Hannah's favourite, right? This one, producer Hannah's favourite, but please don't let that put you off. It's just beautiful. Look at this. Now, that's not all of the fabric. You get 2.5 metres. Right, okay. I think she swallowed the chatty pin. Black trousers, black leggings, and a top in this. She'd love. Isn't it lovely? It is beautiful. The quality is fantastic. It's Vienna orange, 2.5 metres, plus the reel of thread for £16.95. It's a lovely, lovely, rich orange. That not too bright, not vibrant orange, not kind of it's kind of a warm tone to it, isn't it? That one. Oh. I'm making a mess now. I won't waft any of the others, I promise. I'll just put Hannah's favourite back like that. There we go. I'll just drape it. Because very popular, the orange at the moment. Right, aqua now. This is a lovely colour. Really beautiful for summer. Imagine if you had that, right? Took it on your holidays. You could even wear that. You know, when you're on the beach and you've got your swimsuit on, you think, oh, I need to go up and get another pina colada or something like that. And you don't want to walk up the beach in just a swimsuit. Then you could throw this on over the top, couldn't you? Wander up the beach, get your lunch, get your pina colada, get your whatever you're having. That's obviously the one in the damson you're seeing there. This is the aqua that I'm showing you now. And the reel of thread. For £16.95. Okay, then, somebody just asked about the length. I'll measure it for you in a second, I promise. Then we've got mauve mist.
75 centimetres from shoulder to hem.
Shoulder to hem, 75 centimetres. What's that in inches?
That is 29.5.
That's shoulder to hem.
Yes.
Well, I'll show you on the actual garment in a second. Not naped. It's not naped to back. That's shoulder to back. This is the mauve mist. Isn't that lovely? Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? That's a really lovely, soft warm. Now, this colour and this colour, if you're having a bit of a grey day, if you put either of these colours on, it's going to throw the reflection of the fabric onto your skin. It's going to give you a really lovely, warm, warm glow, isn't it? £16.95, 2.5 metres, plus your thread. You don't have to use it to make this top if you don't want to. And then last but not least, I've got the emerald, which we love. This is my mum's favourite colour, emerald green. Really, really lovely. And when I say emerald, it really is emerald green. Now, it's really funny because we have made this top before, and we made it in a spotty fabric, right? And when they said, oh, Jennifer's coming in, she's going to make it in the Spectrum solids, I was like, no, that won't work, that won't work. Anyway, I've eaten my words. I take it back, because doesn't it look absolutely gorgeous in the solid colours? And you're going to get so much wear out of it. So much wear out of it. Right, now I'm going to go to the mannequin, and I'm going to show you the measurements, the length of it, right? So let's just sit it properly. Right, so if you measured your nape, which is obviously there, to the back hem, it's 30.5 inches, which is 78 centimetres. But did you measure from the shoulder seam then down?
Yes.
Or from there?
Yeah, to the front was 75.
Right, okay. Right, let's have a look at this. Right. Yes, so there we go. That's over the bust and down like that. Oh, actually, now that's 81. Did you say it was 75?
I did.
That's 81 centimetres on here, which is...
I wonder whether that's...
31 inches.
Right. I wonder whether measuring it flat and measuring it on the dress down wouldn't make any difference, would it?
Anyway,
How strange.
Anne, first of all, Hannah says thank you very much indeed. Anne messaged saying she liked Hannah's photograph of the back showing the buttons off. Thank you, Anne. And somebody else has asked, could I make it longer if I wanted to? Now, you could, but you won't be able to do it in the fabric that we've got in our bundle. But if you've got your own stash you want to make it from, you've got a little bit more than 2.5 metres, you could do. And I'll get Jennifer to explain now how she would do it if she wanted it a little bit longer. So, I know we weren't going to do this, and I know Jake... Oh, no, your patterns are there.
Yeah.
But no, if you've asked a question, it's actually... We talked about this in prep, and then we're, oh, no, but somebody's actually asked. So, if you want it longer, yes, you can make it longer, but I wouldn't just add it onto the bottom.
No, I only would if it was, say, 3 centimetres.
Yes. But if you want to make it significantly longer, then the way to do it is...
To use a set square, establish a straight... as in a 90-degree angle from the centre back or the centre front. Cut through the paper, add in, and that's where that lovely metric pattern paper, which I haven't got in my trolley
today.
No,
I've got it here.
Oh, have you? That's so useful because you can tape. So you would cut that open it up, and then you can tape those lines over those lines and add as much as you wish.
As you need, yes.
And then join those so that they flow in line with each other.
Exactly. So I don't know who it was that wanted the details about the being taller, but literally you would just slice your pattern across here, slice your pattern across there. You don't do anything fancy with it. You literally just move it apart like that. So you've got, say you wanted it 4 inches longer, 6 inches longer, right? And as Jennifer's saying, you can attach it to some of the pattern paper. And then what you do is you just, obviously this line will then have a step in it. You just join this line top to bottom, and you just create a new side seam down there, and that will just create... Again, if like if you wanted to make it wider, if you wanted more width in it, you could do what you could do is you could cut it there, you could cut it there, and split that open a little bit, and just create more of a circle to it if you wanted to. But that's getting a little bit more proficient in pattern cutting, that one. Heather, I hope that helped, my love. If not, just message us back and we'll tell you. So there's paper pattern there for £3.45, and I'll give you that one back to put in the trolley. Thank you. Right.
So I've pressed all of the seams except one.
Okay. Oh yes, you do that then. Pressing with the ham.
So I've smoothed it over the ham, and then without stretching it, I'm just going to press the seam allowances open.
Sadly, the ham is out of stock at the moment. We sold out the other day, but they are coming back in. They are definitely coming back in.
So that's that done.
Okay. Right. Now we've had a few questions about the bust size on the dress. That's fine.
Right.
So, if I just lift this up here for you.
Yeah.
Ooh, I've got a warm ham under my armpit there. Right, so this is the pattern. It's £12.95. The different sizes, now these are your actual body sizes. Oh, no, you might need your tape measure to help me with this.
Yeah, I was just going to say, would it be useful to see how much the actual garment measures?
Before you do, I need you just to convert these into inches.
Yep.
So, for a size 8, it's a bust of 83 centimetres.
Which is 32 3/4.
Size 10 is 86 centimetres.
33 5/8.
12 is 91 centimetres.
I'm not used to inches. Just under 36.
14 is 96.
96 is just under 38.
16 is 101.
101 is just under 40.
18 is 106.
106 is 41 3/4.
And 20 is 112, which is 44.
Yes.
I know that one, so I used to work in the men's department at Browns of Chester. And a large jumper would be...
I used to love Browns of Chester.
Anyway, moving on. So, or what you were showing is you could actually measure what size yours is there, but that would just be on the size that you've done. And which one have you actually done?
I cut the 12.
Yeah, don't worry, we won't do that because it might confuse if
we're
not to 12.
I didn't want it to swamp it.
Okay, so you've sewn the shoulder seams together.
Yes, so that's our front, that's our 2 backs and our facings.
Brilliant.
So right sides together.
So now you're doing the facing before you do the side seams?
Yes.
And this is in the instructions?
It is, yeah. Beautifully illustrated.
Yeah.
There, look. I like the way they illustrate their instructions. And they have quirky comments in there as well. In fact, on the pattern it says, this is a shorty. Where does it say that? Right at the bottom. A little asterisk.
So on the pattern it's
Yeah,
what
there's a
for?
comment that's funny.
Oh, on the pattern or on here? It might be funny to you, Jennifer. It might not be funny to the rest of us.
Well, quirky then.
Where's the asterisk?
No, it was on the part of the paper that I cut off.
Oh, okay.
And it's telling you that it's short. So bear in mind that you might want to make the pattern longer.
Oh, okay. Different things.
Not funny, like hilarious funny.
Yes.
Just, you know, there's a wit that I like in the way they put things together. Anyway, moving on.
No, there was a noise. There was a really loud noise, like a drone or something like that above the building. Maybe they've come to film you. So what are you stitching together? Which are you stitching together now?
I'm pinning the facings at the armhole.
Right.
So this illustration here, and all the way around the neck. And I'm going to sew those.
Because remember, your facing's all in one piece now. So that's your centre back there. And then that's... I'm finished. What were you saying?
And we'll be putting a rouleau loop in the left back as well.
Oh, yes, we'll show that in a second. So at the moment, you're actually pinning round.
Yeah, and what I do to match them is to pop a pin through the seam allowance.
Yeah.
And through the seam allowance, as in the stitch line on the other side, and then up through both.
So basically, you're matching the seam of your facing and the seam on the actual garment. So they come... Because there's nothing worse than if you see a finished seam here and there's one seam there and there's one seam there.
Yeah, stepped. It doesn't look good. And then I've put little notches in the centre front.
OK. Patricia's messaged in. Good morning, Patricia. She's a beginner. Would this be good for her? Yes, Patricia.
Very
definitely.
Much so. Very much so. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's very, very... She's done some sewing, but definitely not... and she's not done dressmaking.
Yeah, it'd be perfect.
The one that we've... Jennifer's already made, the one you saw in the picture there, that's the damson fabric. That one there, that's damson. That's the details going across the bottom of your screen. You get 2.5 metres of fabric and the reel of thread for £16.95, and you get the pattern for £12.95. All size, 2.5 metres enough to make all sizes, but not to make it longer.
So what I'm going to do is take a 1.5 seam allowance and sew all the way around the armhole, around the other armhole.
Can we lay that out like
Certainly.
it is on the pattern, just so we can see?
Definitely.
I don't know if the navy's not the best camera-friendly one.
I think it helps to have yellow pins. So that's the front body. That's front neck.
OK, so let's see if we can see that. Oh, yes, we can.
Shoulder seams.
So this is centre back.
back, yeah.
There, your shoulder seams. That's your centre front. Now, this is your facing going all around that section there.
Yeah.
OK.
So
you're going to stitch where now, then?
All the way around the armhole, around the neck, around the other armhole, and then I'm going to put it back on here and clip
OK.
all the curves.
OK, so brilliant.
And then bag it out.
Right. It's an unusual way of doing it, isn't it?
Yeah.
First of all, I like the fact that the whole of the facing's all in one piece. But to do it without the side seams done up, because normally your facing's one of the last things you do, isn't it? To do when you're finishing off, sort of thing. But who am I to say?
Really interesting to try a different method.
Jean Valjean. That's me singing. Who am I, Jean Valjean? Les Miserables?
Oh,
no.
wow, yeah.
No, she's not got that. I like that ring. I haven't seen that ring before.
Oh, it's a present from my friend.
It's what?
It was a present from my friend. I thought it went with the watch.
Yeah. Oh.
She did too.
Now, was it a friend or was it a fan?
A friend. And can you see how it curves out? It's quite noticeable now.
Yes, yes.
So it curves out. That's that capped sleeve, grown-on capped sleeve.
Oh, of course, yes, the grown-on cap sleeve.
And then when I approach the seam allowance, because I've pressed it open, I always check underneath that they haven't flipped over.
Yes. Lot to the pattern in your baskets, I'm not surprised. Oh, Lorraine's got a crazy idea now. Oh, she didn't say crazy, that's Hannah. Oh, I do apologise now.
Crazy idea.
Oh, creative idea. Go on. Oh, now it's really... Lorraine... No, Lorraine, you and I are on the same... But she's saying buy 2 colours and do the front one colour and do the back a different colour, what I would do is I'd make it all in like one colour, and then I'd do the facings in another colour, and I'd maybe trim the hem or trim, you know, do a bias binding somewhere else, and then the rouleau loops in a different colour. Good idea, Lorraine. I'm with you on that one. I like that. All right, okay, Hannah liked your idea of different colour back to front. And she might even wear it the other way around. Don't think you can wear it the other way around, Hannah. Don't think there'll be any shaping for it the other way around. Now, while you're doing the facing, I know you mentioned rouleau loops a minute ago. Have they gone in yet?
No, they haven't, because
Okay.
I thought we'd talk buttons and
No, that's fine.
rouleau
I just
loop
didn't want you
lengths
to
at
do
the
the
same time.
facing if they then got it sandwiched
Yeah, I
into the
was going
facing.
to bag it out because you don't sew down the centre back seam.
Oh, okay.
And then we could talk how to calculate
No,
the
no.
rouleau loop
Yeah, no,
for
no,
the
that's
lovely
fine.
button
Yeah.
options that we've got there.
Oh, yes. Do you want to go through the button options while we're here? Right, now, those are these are, that's...
I may have taken some off.
That's a fabulous photo, but look at what I've got left to show you. I think we might have used 3 of these somewhere along the line. So have we got these in? I said these were like copper, didn't I? When we had these the other day, I said they were like copper, you know, like a copper roof that's gone green. Hannah wants a copper roof. It wouldn't go on your period house, though. They're only £1.95. They're blue-green, iridescent. Now, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think iridescent's got 2 R's in it, personally. They're 17mm buttons, those, £1.95. So let's just go through the other 2 variants of buttons that I've got here. That maybe while we're stitching, we can still talk about the buttons, and then you've got them ready to go if you want. Oh, you like the wooden ones. These are... Well, Hannah likes the navy and the... orange. She'd use these buttons, like little wood effect buttons here. Millwood, wooden, light brown, 15mm buttons, £1.95. Are they real wood? Oh, yes, I said wood effect. They're so used to... Oh, no, I'll tell you why that is. Because those of you who know me know I also work with shoes. And I often have to say wood effect heel. And that's what made me say wood effect then. No, not wood effect shoes, just the heel. And then last but not least, these are my favourites. Oops. Now, they're Millwood buttons. Coral. They're not real coral. I'm presuming they're not real coral. There wouldn't be allowed. You can't sell real coral. Oh, you should can, I suppose. They'd look lovely with the aqua, yes. Hannah's been very creative this morning. She's obviously had nobody to talk to for 3 days. She just sat in her garden, doing the garden all for her 3 days off. And then she saw Jay running up the road with a leg of lamb under his arm, but that's another story. Right, so you've stitched around the neck and the armholes.
Yeah. And now I'm making sure nothing is underneath and in the way.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to clip those curves.
Yes, you don't clip and then find you've got something caught underneath, because that would be all...
No. In fact, that's the reason sometimes I do clipping like that, and then I know the only thing underneath is
your hand. So the only thing you can cut is your hand.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen ever, does it?
No, never.
Okay.
Right.
In fact, I think I might do it that way. It's easier to see the clips as well.
OK, yes, because the navy blue's not easy to see into.
So, always more clips, the more curved.
OK, so you're not going right the way down to your stitching. You're staying about a quarter of an inch above your stitching.
Yeah. So where it's straight, I don't really need any.
No.
Where it's very curved, I need more.
And they're proper notches. They're not just cutting into it, because that's just cut into it.
All of that's going to end up in that space there, so
Yeah.
I want to make sure it doesn't look bulky.
Half the patterns have gone. Half the cloth kit swing. No, it's not a frock. Swing top patterns have gone. Not surprised. We love it. Hannah, you should get one of these.
So it's rough.
I think you'd suit that. But I think what Hannah would have to do is nearly called her crazy then. What crazy should do? I think you should either embellish it or have something... Because I think I loved the... No, oh yes, no, she'd wear it plain like that with a nice extras. But you wear a lot of stripes, don't you? Some stripes would be nice as well. Oh, she said now she's getting creative. In the navy, when she makes her navy one, she's going to wear a long amber bracelet. Right, OK.
I'm also going to take those off.
OK, those being...
Hang on a sec. The corners of the seam allowances.
Yeah, that's it.
So I'm not cutting the stitching.
Yes.
I'm just, again...
Well, it's because... Well, I'll let you explain why. I don't want to be the expert. The presenter pretend to be an expert. Why are you cutting the edges of your seam?
I just want to reduce the amount of fabric that's inside that neck edge, because we want it to look, as I said, it's got this minimalist, there's no top stitching, just clean lines, and I want to make sure there's as little inside there as possible. So I'll do the same underneath. Just take that and that corner off the seam allowance.
Yeah.
And same over there. So we've clipped the neck. This is one of those jobs where we end up with lots of little triangles all over the sewing room floor. And then I'll do the same, actually, and put my hand underneath, because it's the method I'm used to. And hopefully so this corner here needs them quite...
That's under on the underarm seam now.
I'd say about every centimetre, so that it turns through and doesn't have any puckers on the outside.
Yeah, because it's quite a steep or sharp curve, isn't it, to turn through that in the armhole.
And then I'll take those off as well. And then round to the other side. I feel a bit like a hairdresser when I do this.
Yeah.
Not one there, because that's the area that's most crucial. That doesn't look
right
puckered.
under the arm, right under the armhole, yes.
Yeah. And then the same on the other side, and then we can bag it out. So
Jill's messaged in. Good morning, Jill. Good morning.
Good morning.
She's new to dressmaking, but loving the show.
Great.
Oh, no, she said she bought the pattern earlier and then the navy material just fell into her basket. I did, but do you know what? I did that. I got my credit card bill over the last couple of days, so I was checking to see, what I spent and everything. I was like, what have I bought there? I don't remember buying that. Anyway, somehow I bought is she called Amelia Freer? She's healthy eating thing.
Oh, yeah.
I bought her cookery book on my Kindle. I haven't even got a Kindle.
How did that happen?
I have no idea. I don't remember looking at it on that website that you can buy things from that's like a long river, not the Mississippi.
It's all about the clues and the names.
Yes, exactly.
So then...
Right. Oh, you've let the right. There's no. You've made a right old mess here, Jennifer Mills.
It's like the floor of a hair salon. We're going to...
Right, now we have to watch this carefully now.
So I've taken the back through to the front.
Through the armhole. Where have you pulled it through? Where have you pulled it through? Oh, through the shoulder seam. Through the shoulder seam, yeah. So this is the armhole, and that's the neck hole there.
Yeah, got it. And if I press those, it will become clearer because it looks a bit sort of...
Yes, it does, yes.
...wobbly and not like that at all. And then we sew the centre back seam and the side seams. So no understitching, like I usually do.
No offence, but this is looking very... is that because it hasn't been pressed yet?
I think it's actually that it needs more clips. No offence taken.
No, I didn't mean to be rude.
No, you're quite right, but I think it's a process sometimes.
But that's how you find that. So
of
just
turning it through and checking it, and they need to be closer together and possibly a little bit longer as well.
Well, it shows the importance of the clipping. You see just here...
It makes a world of difference.
How it's not just lying flat. Now, I know pressing will make a lot of difference, but there's a lot of... it's not puckers, because it's been sewn perfectly, but there's just more fabric once you've turned it through. Yeah. So just need a few more... which is why you check as you go along when you're dressmaking, don't you? Just to make sure that it's actually going to work.
Definitely, and I think slightly longer... Again, I wouldn't go any closer to the stitching than maybe a few millimetres.
No.
But I think that's what it needed, so... And you can tell as soon as you turn it, you're quite right.
Yeah.
The pressing should just be the finishing touch. But it shouldn't be a case of trying to press out.
Fix it, yeah. Yeah, if you're trying to use the iron to... There you go, perfect.
Better already.
Yeah.
So...
Okay, while you clip the other one, Kathy's messaged in. Fantastic tips and demonstration, Jennifer. From Kathy, did you say? Thank you, Kathy.
How lovely. Thank you.
Oh, she says you make it look achievable for a nervous sewer.
Ah.
That's nice, isn't it?
I think sewing's wonderful.
Oh, but Julie...
Yeah?
She says... No, don't worry. Oh, yeah, she'd buy 2 bundles and make a two-tone dress like a 60s style.
Oh, like...
Would you party colour it
cut
then?
down the middle?
Make a centre front seam.
Oh,
yeah,
like
that'd
a Mary
be nice. Yeah, it's very like Mary Quant, Bieber-esque. So, yes, if you've got the
that would look interesting.
damson and the navy blue, that would be very 60s. That's the damson dress there. Oh, only 11 minutes.
Really? Right.
Whizzing along. Right, OK, so...
So that's a really interesting thing to note, though. Don't think that because you've clipped it, it's always going to be... And I've done a lot of clipping, but it still wasn't enough. But, yes, you should be able to turn it through and see that it's
Yes, you can see
smooth.
now. That's made all the difference,
Yeah.
just putting the extra clipping in.
So how about if I just press one side?
Yeah, no, you've got plenty of time, because we've just got to do the button ruler.
And
That's the important tip for that
centre
one,
back
isn't it?
seams.
Yeah.
I did French seams on this because I like them. And it's probably about the heaviest weight of cotton I would sew French seams on. But I just wanted it to have...
You don't have to do French seams. What I might do is, while Jennifer's ironing this, you have a look how she gets rid of the bulk of it. I'm going to go and get that off the stand, because then we can see the... I've taken the one that Jennifer's made off the stand because she was just explaining... I'll let her explain about the seams in a minute. We'll just talk about them. We won't actually do them, but we'll just show you what she's done.
And I find keeping a plant spray next to...
A spritzer, yeah.
Yeah, because having slightly damp fabric and rolling it like that between finger and thumb makes it a lot easier to press. And the key with this design is that it's right on the edge.
Yes, because like you say, there's no understitching, no top stitching, no nothing like that on there.
No, so it's right on the edge. We're not rolling...
No.
You know,
So
like
take
with
your time.
top collar and under collar,
Yes,
you would roll it slightly over, and that's not the case with this. So...
But I think the simplicity is why it's working, because it just doesn't need anything else, does it? It's just that beautiful.
And when we get to there, make sure it curves out nicely. Now the facings, with that one, I've turned it under and stitched it with a straight stitch along the edge. I think it's worth bearing in mind that there's a raw edge in there.
Oh, I could get to it that way, couldn't I, actually?
Yeah, and that might have a tendency to fray some threads.
OK, what Jennifer's just explaining is on the edge of her facing. Now, you see, if you had an overlocker, you could just overlock this, but this is the edge. We've had a question. Who's it from? Suzanne. Could she pink that edge if she wanted?
You could, yeah. Yeah, and it's worth doing a line of stitching as well, I think.
So it doesn't, because it will, as you wash it, even with pinking, it will fray away as you wash it.
Yeah.
So just be careful that you don't put a line of stitching above the pinking if you are just going to pink it, or you could just turn it in like Jennifer has here.
Turning under and doing a really small, neat zigzag looks quite nice.
Yes, exactly.
As well.
Yeah.
And
so that's all around the
fraying.
edge of the facings. That finishes off the facing on the inside. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I've pressed just one side.
Okay.
And it starts getting this. You can see the shoulder curve and the armhole, like that.
Yes.
And then, so that would be the same for the other side. I think if we move on to rouleau loops...
Yes. Do you just want to explain, when you did sew up the side seam, then I can put this one away. But up the side seam, you chose, it doesn't say on the pattern, but you chose to do a French seam up the side.
Yeah. So I sewed that wrong sides together.
Yes.
So in this instance, it would be...
Don't worry, because we won't be able to see it on the camera with the blue. But,
OK.
But you sew the wrong sides together.
Yes.
Stitch along.
Yeah. A few millimetres from the edge. And then...
This is me.
Yeah. And then...
Cut it away, a few millimetres from the edge.
And turn it, press it, and then you get that edge.
Yes.
And then you encapsulate, I remember you using that word, French seams. The original amount that you stitched is in there. So when you sew your second line of stitching, you end up with a seam allowance on the inside of the garment, and all raw edges are encapsulated.
I've got to, in my next hour, I've got an A to Z of sewing. Is it in the next hour or the one after? I'll show you how to do a French seam in there. But you also, very quickly, so only got about 4 minutes left, and I know the rouleau loop's important. You've also, on the centre-back seam, rather than overlocking, you've just turned in and turned in, so it's got a really, really lovely, neat edge there.
I wanted it just to have that handcrafted minimalist look and not any overlocking. Overlockers are great.
Yeah. Okay, right, let's talk about the rouleau loop at the back then.
Yeah. Shall I just mention the side seam?
Oh, yes, sorry.
You're right, it is important. So the edge of the facing we could neaten after we've done the side seam. So the side seam, both side seams, you would make the seam allowance that you've clipped go up towards the facing.
Yeah.
And matching those two, just like I did with the matching of the shoulder seams. Popping a pin through, and then you sew, and bear in mind there's an angle there because of the shape of the garment, so you'd sew and then all the way down to the bottom, and then you end up with facing like that. I've slip stitched that down in place, but then you end up with the facing just gets turned in, so it's one continuous sewing line, not a separate facing that's sewn on like I have on some other projects.
Yes, of course, like we're all used to, really, because you normally have a separate facing, don't you?
Yes, in fact, in many ways, it's easier to start at the bottom because we want that seam allowance to go that way, so you'd be sewing over it. So with both side seams, all the way down and then to the edge there.
Yeah.
And then rouleau loops, in terms of working out, because I thought these buttons were rather lovely for this fabric.
Yes, of course.
So
do you want that button? Oh, no, I can't take that one off there. Pretend you're going to put that one onto your blue.
So I would measure and I always do straight cut hanging loops, straight cut rouleau loops for hanging loops and skirts and things.
Yes.
But when I'm doing them for buttons, I do them on the bias.
Right.
And that's so they've got ever such a tiny amount of give.
Yes.
So I work out, did you say this was 17 millimetres?
Oh, did I?
I thought you did. Did I imagine that?
Oh no, yes, I did. It was on the graphic. 17 millimetres.
So 2 17s are 34.
Yeah.
Aren't they? So 34 is what you need to actually for it to pass through, just like working out a buttonhole, really.
Yeah. Yeah, except that machine does it all for you now if you do a buttonhole, but.
Yeah, mine does too. So we want twice the diameter of the button plus seam allowances.
Yes.
So it'd be 34 plus 2 lots of 1.5, which is 64, isn't it? 3 centimetres and 3.4 centimetres is 64 millimetres.
Yes.
So anyway, I'm sure there's an easier way rather than... I love maths, but you could just pass it round like that and then say, well, that's my seam allowance.
Yeah.
And then trim it like that. And then that goes into the left back.
Into the what? Left back.
Left back. Yep. And they suggest left as worn.
Left as worn, yes. Left as worn, remember, not left as it's facing you, because it's right as it's facing you.
Yeah. And I always base those in first. So you could have it so it's together, like the ones I've done, or like that.
I'll explain about rouleau loops in the next show.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yes, I put them next to each other, personally, myself.
You mean like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've done so many wedding dresses that I've got rouleau loops with cover buttons all the way down the back, and you always go, I'm never doing this again, never doing this again. And then because someone says, oh, and I want one of those wedding dresses with all rouleau loops, or they don't know the name, we're all covered buttons all down the back, and you're like, with like a zip behind them. So you're just attaching the rouleau loop to the seam allowance.
I would base that in place so that you haven't got a pin underneath. And so I machine stitch.
Yeah.
I'm putting the pins in to place it.
Yeah.
But it's such a skinny little rouleau loop. Yeah. I would remove the pin as soon as I get in there.
Wait a minute, can I just show that to the... So literally, the pin is holding that side of the rouleau loop, and then when you bring the other side of the rouleau loop in there, and you just stay stitch it so that it's there because when you bag it, well, not bag it, when you do your lining, the facing, then it's all caught in the seam allowance there.
Yeah. You could even hand just to a couple of little hand stitches, but as long as it's kept in place, I just found when I've done lots of rouleau loops that they can move easily.
Yes, exactly.
And then the facing's facing comes back down over the centre back seam, and all the instructions are in there.
Yeah.
So you stop short
Yeah.
there. So
Okay.
the facing is sewn both sides of the back.
Right.
And then you sew the centre back seam up to that point. So they word it really clearly. You sew from the nape of the neck down and from the hem up.
And they meet
and they
in the
don't
middle.
overlap, they meet.
Okay, thank you very much, Jennifer. We'll be back in an hour. I've got to go and show you the fabrics. That was brilliant. Come and have a look at the different colours of fabric. Very quickly now, I've got very little time. The pattern is very, very popular, £12.95, remember. Right, fabric bundles. You get 2.5 metres of fabric and a reel of thread. You go damson first, 2.5 metres of the damson plus the thread, £16.95. That's the one that Jennifer made originally. Then navy next, which is the one she was making there. £16.95 for 2.5 metres plus the reel of thread. Oh, there we go. Oh, then the aqua. I'm sorry I have to go so quickly, but aqua graphics are coming in now. 2.5 metres plus the thread. Now, if solids aren't your thing, I've got a whole hour of fabrics coming up in the next hour. £16.95. Then, Hannah's favourite, Vienna orange. Quietly, Joe, I'm still on there. That's beautiful, isn't it? That's Vienna orange. £16.95. Then I've got two other colours. I've got the mauve mist at the back there with the thread. There they are. Sorry, the graphics are playing up a little bit this morning. And last but not least, my mum's favourite. What would have been mum's favourite? The emerald, which will go across the bottom there in a second. You get 2.5 metres of the fabric, and you get the thread there. Enough to make it in any size. If you want to make it longer than like Heather messaged in earlier, you would have to get more fabric and not that bundle there. Right, don't go anywhere. Jennifer will be back in an hour with another cloth kits pattern. Oh, it's a beautiful dress. Oh, it's a really gorgeous dress. But I'll be back in the next hour. Now, I'm going to be bringing you fabrics that you could make this out, other fabrics. I've got books. I've got everything. I've got all sorts of things going on in there. So don't go anywhere. Get yourself a cup of tea, maybe a croissant, and I'll see you in 3 minutes from now.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love.
So I'm going to be showing you how to do a ladder stitch. Now this is a great stitch when you want to sew something up and create an invisible stitch. So they use very small stitches when you're doing this. So I'm going to be using a needle and thread. I'm going to be using embroidery thread so you can see what I'm doing. And first of all, I'm just going to use the example of something like a pincushion, but I need to bring these two edges together using the invisible stitch, which is known as the ladder stitch. So first of all, I'm going to take my needle up through the fold. So I'm going to be concealing the knot in the thread. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my needle in through the fold of the fabric and come out. So you can see that I'm on the actual fold there. So obviously there's the raw edges are inside my pincushion. I'm going to take that through. Now I'm going to go to the opposite side and repeat that stitch. So I want to make sure that this is parallel. So I'm going to come in through that fold and come out. So again, I'm making these stitches really big so you can see what I'm doing. So you can see how I'm going across the whole of the fabric. So if I just keep doing a few stitches. So as you can see, we have the ladder stitch there going across the two pieces of fabric. So when I pull my thread, you can see that almost makes those stitches invisible.
Join us on Monday the 24th of April and Tuesday the 25th of April, where Jo Carter will be bringing 3 of her cuddly creations with her. Monday at 10 a.m, Jo will be featuring the adorable bear in a bag toy. Then on Tuesday, Jo will be bringing her popular big-eared bunny back in new fabrics and introducing a new lovable penguin. So join Jo and her cuddly pals on Monday the 24th and Tuesday the 25th of April, only at Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Hello. I'm a bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. I've got gorgeous fabrics. I've got some gorgeous fabrics. So what I'm going to do is I'll talk about the pattern in a second because we said we'd show you about rouleau loops and French seams from the book, didn't we? But I want you to see the fabrics that I've got on offer to start with. Now, I'm not going to do any wafting because I know what you like. I know you like to see everything first. Then we can start the wafting and everything. I'm going to hide that one because that's brand new. That one's gorgeous, brand new. So look at this beautiful array of fabrics. Oh, look. Now, these are all fabrics that we're selling by the half-metre increment. So you can have as much as you want or as little. The least you can have is half a metre. Then after that, you can have as much you want, as long as in increments of half a metre. Where do I start? They're just beautiful. Now, there was one missing off there. There is one more, which is brand new, which I absolutely love, which I haven't seen yet. So, oh, actually, I haven't seen that one before either. Ruin the whole design, John. Well, I'm going to start. What should we start with? Oh, painterly washed denim, right? Okay, this is paint. I'll waft for you in a second, but I'm just going to show you each of the fabrics. I'm going to ruin the design because I'm going to make a new design now. See? Painterly washed denim. Now, this isn't a denim. It's 100% cotton, but it's got that. The background is like the denim effect, isn't it? But then it's like been painted on. Now, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous. I'll tell you about how this is delivered in a second. This is £11.45 for half a metre. It's exquisite. It's beautiful. Really, really lovely. Now, have we not used that on something in the past? I'm sure I've got something, Jay. Go and have a look in the library for me to see if we've got something that's made of that, out of that before. OK, so that's my painterly washed denim print fabric by Art Gallery. £11.45 for half a metre. Next, in duck egg blue linen effect. That's this next one. This is beautiful. This is a Macao fabric. Now, it's not linen. Oh, put it in the middle there. It's not linen. Oh, all Jennifer's little bits of what the notches were coming out all over the place. Right, this is lovely. Looks. Now, in real life, I don't know how gorgeous it's looking on your telly, but in real life, it's just beautiful. It's linen, a texture fabric by Macao in duck egg blue. It's £4.95 for half a metre. Now, it's not linen, so we all love linen, but you know linen, as soon as you wear it and do that, it's creased. That's it, isn't it? Whereas this is a really lovely, lovely cotton weight. I'll go through all of it again in a second for you. Isn't that lovely fabric? Really beautiful. You can see the way, as you move it, you see that linen effect going on within the fabric, can't you? Almost a denim-y effect as well, but a pale blue denim-y effect. £4.95 for half a metre. That's very much like, you know, that shop that sells vintage coloured paints. It's like one of theirs, isn't it? In fact, I think I don't know what they'd call that. But anyway, it's duck egg blue. Duck egg blue, we call that. Tropicana, in which colourway? Yes, which one do you want first? They're not different sizes in real life, Hannah. Do you want the one with the... This one, OK. Right, this is Tropicana. Tropicana. I was calling it Tropicana, Club Tropicana when I first saw it. But it's actually called Tropicana, and we were told because the lilies are canna lilies. Now, I thought lilies were calla lilies, but anyway, it's beautiful, though, isn't it? It's Amy Butler Tropicana fabric in peach. From the Bright Heart range, it's £6.95 half a metre. Now, we'll be wafting all of these in a minute. I just want you to see them all to begin with, because I know what it's like. If you're sitting home going, well, I won't buy that yet because there might be something else I want in a minute. So that's Tropicana in peach. Right, we also have Tropicana. Right, this is where it could go horribly wrong. In. Right, this one's Tropicana in coral. It's got the green background. I'd called it green, but it's Tropicana in coral, they call this one. It's because the flowers have got a bit of coral. That flower there, especially, there it is, really lovely, beautiful. As I say, I will waft these for you in a second. £6.95 for half a metre. It's lovely, isn't it? It's Amy Butler, good quality, fabulous, fabulous, fabulous design. It's from Free Spirit. And you know Free Spirit, they work in conjunction with big-name designers, don't they? And only bring us best quality. OK, next. Well, now we love this, Cocoa Bloom. This is lovely. Now I've got a dress. Now for the next hour we said made out of this fabric, but in the red. I'm just getting Jay to check the library now to get pieces that we've made out of this. That's lovely, isn't it? I'll show you that in a second. I will waft them all in a second, but for the time being, just have a look at all the gorgeous fabrics. Just put in my trolley, Jay. Oh, there we go. £6.95 for half a metre. That's lovely, isn't it? Cocoa Bloom fabric, that's called. Do you know what? I'm already seeing some of these fabrics teaming up so beautifully. I'll do all that in a minute for you. Next. This is gorgeous, this one. This is Dashwood, Distant Dreams, it's called. This is Butterfly. This is called Butterfly. Isn't that lovely? Isn't the colour lovely? I say colours, all the colours. I promise I'll waft them for you in a second, but I'm just showing you all the fabrics before we start. £6.45 for half a metre, remember? Dashwood fabric. I mean, we only bring you top quality cottons, don't we? But these are just exquisite, aren't they? Look at that. That pink that my thumb is resting on now is just the most exquisite cyclamen pink there. At £6.45. Now, we'll be wanting your suggestions in a second about what you'd make, what you're going to make out of these. Because remember, you can have half a metre upwards of these. These haven't been bundled, they haven't been chopped or anything. They're half a metre bundles. Then, I've got a solid. This is just incredible. It's bright orange, this is called. Bright orange, that's what it's called on the website. Bright orange, isn't that lovely? Now, on your tally, it might be not be looking as bright as it is in real life. That is just so vibrant. And again, I can see that going with Do you know what? We'll do what goes with what in a minute. And I'll get rid of the little threads of that one. £3.25 for half a metre. Then, I've got still more to show you. I've still got more to show you. I'm not going to have room on the table. I know. Now, this one. This is Dashwood Mille Fleur, this one is called. Now, do you know what I think would be nice out of this? Pyjamas, or a nightie, or a lovely little light blouse for summer. At £5.95. Hannah's bought some of this to make her housemate, Karen, something out of, because they're doing the garden. £5.95 for half a metre. Right, then I'm going on to another solid colour. Pearl blue, this is called pearl blue. Again, it's a really... But now I can see this going with lots of things, but I will go through that for you in a second. This is pearl blue. It's lovely, isn't it? It's a really, really soft, almost, am I allowed to say Wedgwood blue? I'm not sure I've said it now. Pearl blue, half a metre, £3.25. You can have as much as you want. It's lovely, isn't it? OK, now I've got two fabrics I've never seen before coming up next. This was I thought there'd be lots of room on the table, but look, I'm kind of... This is linear. Azalea, is it? Azalea. I've not seen this before. Oh, that's nice. Love that. £4.95. Never seen this one before. £4.95 for half a metre. Love the... Now, what it is, it's got that linear effect. That's printed on the fabric. So you've got a really, really lovely quality cotton. But then with that lovely pattern printed on the top. Okay, and then one more, which I've never, ever seen before. Oh, I might be behind the graphics, I do apologise. I've never seen this one before. It's called Oh Dear. Oh Dear. It's an Amy Butler, and it's in coral. Isn't it lovely? Now, the thing is, this one needs wafting. I know I said I wasn't going to waft. Oh, I see. Oh dear, like a little deer that lives out in the fields. Because let me open it, because it's got... It's a premiere. I thought I hadn't seen it before. Right, this is half a metre. That's what you get if you get half a metre. Look at the dancing deer. It's very arts and crafty, this one, isn't it? Look. But do you know what? There's these lovely deer and fern and foliage and everything like that. But then maybe it was because it was early morning. I thought I could see a pterodactyl earlier. Yes, I can. Here. Here. Look. I think it's meant to be a heron, isn't it? No, I don't know, though. Can you see it? There's only that one hidden. Hang on, it must be in the repeat. Oh, no, there it is again. You can't see that. Right. I love that fabric. How much is that? £6.95 for half a metre. Right, I've shown you all the fabrics now. And I just want to explain something. From here at Sewing Quarter, if you buy a cut fabric, it comes like this. It comes parcelled like this. It's really lovely, isn't it? It's a lovely box. Good quality box. Then you've got the, it's got one of those openings there. I don't know what you call it, like a rip curl. Is that the right word? Like that, and you peel it off. So it's not like getting scissors out or anything. And then your fabric comes wrapped in tissue paper inside. It's lovely, because there's nothing worse than going out spending money on a piece of fabric and then pushing it in a bag like that. Also, I can't remember who it was that messaged in the other day, said they'd bought several pieces of fabric, got several boxes, and they're good quality. They're now using them as storage boxes, because they're that good quality. There are 2 sizes, I believe, as well. I didn't know. Come in. I believe there's 2 sizes. Oh, there's nobody there. Nobody there. So let me put that. I've got 2. I'll put that there. I'm getting all confused. Right, I've got a book. Oh, sorry. This is what we said we'd do. Everything you need to know to create beautiful garments. This book is incredible. Now, it's either a beginner's book or it's a book for those of you who used to do sewing and you're thinking, oh, I'd like to get back into it. And, oh, what was that again? And like earlier, Jennifer was saying, oh, I just made a rouleau loop, and just presume that we know what a rouleau loop is. Or, oh, I've just done a French seam, just presume what a French seam is. I'll take you through this book slowly to start with, and then I'll show you rouleaus. And you have seen this the other day, so I'll just flick through it. Aid said today £12.95. What's name? Rebecca Reed had this in her show the other day because she loves this. It's very much a go-to book. All about the feet on your sewing machines, all the different utensils you need, all about fabric, which ones washes, which ones don't, how to measure yourself. It's all very, very, very beautifully explained. All about patterns. See, now that's what I was saying earlier. Now, you see here, that's what we were saying about the skirt earlier. You split the pattern in half and just move it down. If it's a little bit of extra on the hem, you just add it on the bottom there. Oh, yeah, see, how do you make things longer? There is the skirt. The top of it depends where you want the extra length as well, doesn't it? If you've got lower slung hips, you might need to add the fabric on, add the extra on at the hip, or you might need to add on the bottom. It's all details about that. Then talking about preparation, cutting out and everything like that. And then troubleshooting, pressing. Oh, look, they've got the same tailor ham and the same tailor sausage as us. Troubleshooting. And then we get on to sewing techniques. And then it's all in alphabetical order. Applique. Armholes. More about armholes, armhole facings. Tie belts. Well, obviously under belts then, not just tie. Don't jump to T. Rouleau keeper. Belt keepers they are. All different belt keepers. All the simple things you think, oh, I want to do that, but I'm not quite sure. Even how to cut a bias binding, which you'll need for a rouleau loop. Now remember Sammy showing us that. That's continuous cutting of a bias binding. That was on a show with Sammy, that one. Double bindings, two-piece. I mean, there's so much going on in here. Right, let me look up. Oh, there we go, button loops. Hang on, button loops. Oh, isn't that funny? We were talking about a wedding dress with rouleau loops down about this little bridesmaid's dress there. Single button. Oh, now you see it's showing you how to make. In fact, what they've done is they've sewn the button into place and then they measure the rouleau around the button. Stitch it exactly like Jennifer just did. There's the pin technique that Jennifer just showed us. Here it is, you have to do hundreds down the back of a wedding dress. Let me look up. I'm going to take it out of shot. We're using it now as a go-to guide. So let's look up rouleau. Rouleau loops. That starts with an R, Jay. $119. Oh, it's nearly there. There we go. How to make a rouleau loop. How to turn it through. There you go. That's a corded rouleau. You see, sometimes one of the designers will just mention something, won't they? And you go, oh, like a circular ruffle. I think that's like me with my Suffolk puff, isn't it? I can't stop saying that either. And then what was the other thing I was looking at? French seam. So that'll come under seams, no doubt. French seam, 126. So, Jennifer just mentioned French seams to us, didn't she? And here is exactly how you do a French seam, both in writing and in pictures, even with little hints there. Oh, what other seams do they have, you're asking now? Well, here you go. That's sashes. Seams. Straight seam, flat fell seam. What do you use that for then, Hannah? Yeah, well done. Self-face seams, French seams. You see to me? That's a Hong Kong finish, though, isn't it, that one? Let's have a look. Yep, they called it a bound seam. That's a Hong Kong seam there. That's because I talk about them all the time, isn't it? Turned under seam. That's what Jennifer did there in the centre back of her dress. Zigzag or overlock stitch. It's got everything. It's got everything for £12 and 95 pence. I'll show you more about that in a second. Got so much to show you this hour, really, haven't we? So, got the fabrics. We've got that now. Did you get the pattern from the last show? Because this is what it makes, right? We do a lovely damson in the plain that we made earlier. That was the last show where you could buy bundles of plain fabric to make that. But we had lots of people saying, oh, you know what, John, I'd make it out of a pattern. I'd make it out of different colours. How many of these fabrics in front of me could you make this out of? Well, let me say all of them. It would look lovely in all of those. Painterly wash would be beautiful, wouldn't it? I'll go through all of it later. Depends where you're going and what you're going to wear it for. You see, this new fabric, that'd look gorgeous. Now, you need at least 2.5 metres to make the pattern. You need at least 2.5 metres. If you're going to make it slightly longer, or if there is a big pattern, like with this orange one, I'll go through it in a minute. We'll have a look. Oh, I haven't got more than half a metre, I can't tell you. But the pattern, you may need the repeat of the pattern. All of these, you'd only need 2.5 metres for all of those, unless you're going to make it longer. I'll check the orange one in a minute. I'll check the new one in a minute because the repeat might not be. You might have to get a little bit more for the repeat. But all the others, the Painterly Wash, any of the others, Tropicana, right, well over half the stock of the pattern has gone. Well over half the stock of the pattern gone. Now it's cool. If you're just tuned in, you're thinking it's a frock. It's not. It's more of a tunic top. If you have a look on the made one there. Excuse me. You can see that it's kind of that kind of really lovely length. Covers your bottom, covers your hips. If you want to wear leggings with it, you want to wear jeans with it. I mean, you could wear it as a frock if you wanted to. I'd wear opaque tights and some high shoes with it or something like that just to give it that extra va-va-va-va-voom. The pattern is £12.95. Now, the sizes, lots of people asking about the sizes. Just spin it around for you. Now, what you must always do when you buy a pattern is you must always check the sizing because they're not necessarily, like if you go to Debenhams or Wallis or Marks & Spencer's, a 14 isn't the same as a 14 from Topshop, is it? There's no standardisation on sizes. Now, the other thing you must remember is you'll see this later. This is a cloth kit, right? And this is your body measurements. You have to make it. Obviously you get all of those sizes in one pattern, so you don't need to worry about ordering. You don't need to worry about when you order the pattern, what size you need to order, because they're all in there. But this cloth kits is the size and the measurement of you, right? When Jennifer comes back in half an hour's time, the pattern she's using then, the measurements on the back of the pattern are the size of the dress. They're not the size of you. So always, or even within the same company, see, that's a cloth kits one. So even within the same company, always, before you start cutting or anything, don't just go, oh, I'm a size 12 and make that one, because it might not. Now, on this one, you don't really need the waist and the hips, to be honest, because it flares out, doesn't it, from the bust. So you just need to know your bust size for this. 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 or 20. 83 to 112 centimetre bust size. 2.5 metres, that's all you need. Even to make the largest size, you just need 2.5 metres of fabric. If you've got wider fabric, it says there. If you've got even wider fabric, if you've got some of our 150 centimetre, you only need 2 metres of that. You only need 2 metres if you've got the 100. But most of our fabrics, I'll go through all these, but all of these will be 112 centimetres, all of these. The only one that might not be is that one. I've not measured that one, but all the others are 112 centimetres. Oh, don't they? Could you just go back to that shot again, Michael? Don't they look gorgeous? Don't they? And we haven't got them all in. They're not all in that shot. They're not all in that shot. We can't fit them all in. I will go through them all. Look, it's nearly 1:30, honestly. Wittering away here. Shall I talk about these quickly before I go on to the fabrics? I'll bring it into the centre. Storage is always a winner, especially this. Now, I don't know if we've got the box that it comes in. It comes in a narrow box. You just have to put it together for yourself. I'm ever so sorry. We ordered them again, but we're limited today. We're very limited today. Okay, very limited. Very, very limited. There's 60 spool thread rack, £19.95. There will be more coming in when they sell, but we're very limited today. But you get 60 spool threads on there. How brilliant is that? We've even got one on our set as a display. That's how much we love it. £19.95. And remember, there's only one poster packaging. Whether you bought something in the first hour, whether you buy something in the last hour, £19.95. One poster packaging per day of £2.95. Now, I'm just going to show you how it arrives at your house. Like this. There you go. Arrives there, and you can just put it together yourself. It's fantastic for £19.95, isn't it? Very limited, though. Very, very limited. Okay, right, now let's move on. Now, these always sell. I'm saying that throughout everything at the moment, aren't I? But it's true. These always sell. These storage. Now, Sammy Claridge said these are brilliant. I'll take the inside out for you there. 27 spools of thread you can fit in here. But look at this. Good quality plastic. And also, it's so see-through. It's so see-through that when that's on your shelf with all your threads in. Now, I said when I was on last, why not put all your blues in one, all your greens in another, all your yellows in another one? And everyone laughed at me. They just laugh at me, full stop. Look at this, room for 27 threads in there for £6.45. I'll just put some threads in. Wait there. I'll just put some threads in. You can have a look. Ooh. Look. And then the top fits on like that. So neat and tidy. It means your threads will be safe. They won't be rolling around the floor. It means your threads will be dust-free inside, because you know how dusty it gets in your workroom. That's £6.45, that storage. Obviously, you don't get the threads in now. Best just put those back on the set where they belong. Otherwise, I'll get told off by Jenny Fox Proverbs for moving everything around. Isn't it lovely? Isn't it lovely? Now, really good quality. Always sell out. People multi-buy these because you can stack them. You can stack them, you see. They're Gutermann, so you can fit Gutermann thread in there at £6.45. Okay, that box. Now, if you're thinking, the thing is, the biggest ones, these 27, sell the best. I'll be honest with you, they sell the best. They fly out. And I was like, who has 27 reels of thread? Just look, go and look in your basket with your thread, because you start off a project, don't you? And you think, I'll buy this colour, buy that colour, buy this colour. You don't always finish the thread, do you? And then it's sitting in your basket in a box. You can have it nicely lined up in there. Or if you're on the travel, if you're going to classes, £5.45 will get you the 18 spool box. At £5.45. Right, so let me just put that down there. Now, I've had a question about the damson bundle that we had in the last hour that the dress was made out of. Do you remember the swing? Well, I call it a dress, a frock. It's like a top. There it is, right? That's the damson. What you get in the bundle for £16.95, you get 2.5 metres of thread, and you get 2.5 metres of fabric and a reel of thread for £16.95. So is somebody saying, will it go with the Tropicana fabric? Well, it's obvious, Judith, which one goes with them. Look. Oops. Look, Judith, is that what you meant? That was Tropicana Coral. This is the Tropicana Coral, this one. This is obviously the damson solid. Now, the thing is, this is a bundle of 2.5 metres here. We also sell the damson. If you need more than 2.5 metres, you can go onto the website and buy the damson one there. That's the damson one. And that's the Tropicana. The bundle, you'll save money on the bundle, basically. £16.95 for 2.5 metres plus the thread. But if you don't need that much, you need more, go to the website. Then this is the Tropicana, £6.95 for half metre. That's not in a bundle. But was it Judith you said? They look gorgeous together, don't they? I'm presuming you mean that one. I'll put the other one with it as well, because I think... Oh, no, they both go... Oh, I might be wrong. This one looks nice as well. No. That's not the coral. That's not the coral one, that one. This is the Amy Butler Tropicana. It's lovely, though, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful colours there. Now, maybe it was that one you meant round. I just presumed you meant the coral one. That's the Tropicana. Oh. It's coming up at the side. So this is the bundle. This is the damson bundle here, 2.5 metres plus the thread for £16.95. On the Tropicana, this one, in peach, £6.95 for half a metre, that one. Maybe, see, I automatically went for the coral one, but the peach one works beautifully as well, doesn't it? So we can do more of that. We can do more of that during the show, because we had the bundles from earlier. Or in fact, Jay, you couldn't put the bundles on a trolley especially for me, could you? Because I'm thinking we could mix and match lots of these with some of the bundles I had earlier. Now, before I go on with the fabrics, I promise I will in a second. I promise to do my wafting. I've got threads. I've got beautiful threads here which match all of these colours beautifully, don't they? So they're the Gutermann. I've got French Cottage, is this one. Look at these colours. They remind me of the flowers in the garden. Marigolds, cyclamen, a pink flower, a purple flower, a forget-me-not, lime, and silver flower. I'm not too good on my flowers. All right then, Hannah. So I've said marigold, cyclamen, tulip. I've got tulips this colour in my garden at the moment. Now I've got tulip in that one. I'd say that was more of a... What flower is a pale? Rose. Yeah. Forget-me-not. Grass. What? Oh, cactus in your garden next to forget-me-not. Silver. Silver mist. Silver mist, I'd say that one was. You know that lovely bedding plant, silver mist. It's like an alyssum, isn't it? But silver. Right, is it a weed? She's asking me. Is it a weed? So that's £8.95. I'll be serious there. They're lovely colours, aren't they? French cottage, that one's called. £8.95. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 threads in there for £8.95. That's brilliant value. Okay, so that's the French cottage. Oh, Judith, did you say? My pleasure, my love. My pleasure. Which is next? Fenton House. Now these, remember I was talking about the paint company earlier that do all the colours you expect to see in a very old house? Well, these are those colours, aren't they? Look. Fenton House, it is I didn't know this. Somebody messaged in the other day saying, oh, Fenton House is a National Trust property. Lovely colours in this one. Beautiful, deep, rich colours. Again, you get 7 threads for £8.95. More of the rich, bold, elegant, sophisticated colours in that. So we have the French farmhouse, French cottage, and now we've got Fenton House for £8.95. Then I've got Summer Loft, is it called? No, is it called Summer Loft? No, I want it to be right. I don't want to make mistakes. Summer Loft. I didn't make a mistake on that one, did I? 2 blue, 2 green, 2 pink and a white, but slightly different shades. Did you just say football teams? Did Hannah just say football teams? She's just trying to impress the new boyfriend, that's all it is. But imagine football teams. Right, okay. Michael on camera or Michael director, are there any football teams with colours, strips in those colours? They're more like racing silks, aren't they, those colours? Lovely pastels. That's a racing silk. Hannah's just said, oh, jockey. Isn't that nice? £8.95. I bumped into, when I came home from York last week, I bumped into little Chris, who used to be a director at the place we used to work at before. And they now, all they do is they just film horses. That's what, and I went, oh, is there enough work just filming horses? And the man who owned the company was like, yes, there is. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, 60s pool rack into single figures. I told you, it's this. Into single figures now. We will order it back in, but please don't miss out if you want it now. £19.95. Now, let's go through the fabrics in earnest, as they say. This is lovely. The quality of this, 100% cotton. Now, this is ½ a metre. This is the minimum amount you can buy. But obviously, you can buy as much or as little as you like. Little children's... Well, now, you see, Hannah's saying little children's dungarees. I'm saying sophisticated afternoon tea dress. Yes. At £11.45 for ½ a metre. Isn't it beautiful? The print is gorgeous. Again, looks like little snowdrops, little flowers in the garden. We're very into florals today, aren't we? I've got a floral hour later as well. Aren't they lovely? What would you make out of that? Oh, do you know what would look lovely? Is this from earlier. Wouldn't that look gorgeous in that fabric? Because you've got enough going on, busy-wise. That's £12.95 if you want that. Look at that. Look at that. Wouldn't that look gorgeous in that? Thank you. You'd need 2.5 metres. You'd need 2.5 metres to make that from that. Right, that is beautiful. What would you make out of it? Let me know. Keep in touch. Let me know on this Saturday morning. It's very odd because Hannah and I have been off for 3 days because it's the way the rota works and everything. I'm feeling like it's like Monday morning. Forget it's Saturday morning. So that's beautiful. That's called Painterly Wash denim print. It's not denim. It's a print fabric on a denim type background. But don't expect it to be like jeans when you get it home. It's not heavy like that. It's very light, summery, wafty, beautiful. Right, next. Okay, we'll do a new one next. That's all right. Now, what we were saying, no, I think it would work. Remember we said you might need more if you're making the swing top out of it because of the repeat of the pattern. But I don't think you would. I think you could do this as... Well, let me just measure the width, actually. You wouldn't pattern match it, but what I was thinking was, I haven't got the instructions here. On the instructions, they had a print that had a big flower in the middle, didn't they? And you'd want to be able to cut it. All you need to do, you wouldn't need more than 2.5 metres, but what you need to do is just watch where you place the centre front, because you wouldn't want to put the centre front down the fold, because it would be off centre, wouldn't it? What you'd want to do is place the fold here. There's a definite halfway there. Do you see what I mean? Do you see that? You see there's a line there that would be... If you put your centre front here, then it's all off a little bit, isn't it? So let me measure to there. 10.5. Yes, you see what I mean? If this was your centre front fold here, your centre front, not fold, but your centre front, if you cut it with the centre front there, the centre of that flower would be 12.5 inches away, but then the centre of that flower is only 10.25 inches away. So what you'd need to do is just move your pattern across slightly. So actually you'd want those further down. You wouldn't want those at the top of your garment, would you? Because then you'd be accentuating bits you might not want to accentuate. But do you know what I mean? Anyway, let me just measure the width. Oh, it's wider actually. 112 centimetres, that's right. So you would only need 2.5 metres of that if you're making that lovely swing top. But you know what you could do? Is, like someone was saying, you can make the front in that and make the back in something else, possibly. Right, Hannah would put the aqua one with it. Now, what I would do is, if I did put the aqua one with it, I'd only trim with the aqua, I think. Can you see that? I think the aqua... That's the aqua bundle from the last hour. That's £16.95 for 2.5 metres plus the thread. The thread which is in my trolley. I like the colours together, but I don't know if I do as much. You might do the facing and like a hem in this, because I think it's taken away from the pattern of that. If you had it in the pattern, you wouldn't want to party colour that one or anything. But anyway, so this is £6.95 for half a metre. This is a bundle for £16.95, 2.5 metres of the aqua, plus the thread there. I was just seeing if any of the other colours went with it, you see. You see, I'd be more tempted to put this one with it. This is my own personal choice. This is the emerald bundle from earlier. That's nice, isn't it? Really nice. I love that one together. I wouldn't go with the orange, because I think the orange might be... No, I think the orange would be too much for that, with that one. Oh, do you know what? So I'm going to put the emerald bundle away. That was there. That was from the last hour there. Let me just put that one away. I'm just wondering, this might be a little bit out there. Oh, yes. They work together beautifully. Don't you think? That's the one from this hour. That's the duck egg linen effect, this one. So this is £6.95 for half a metre. That's £4. Let me open it up, actually, so you can see them together, because they work really well together, I think, don't they? Let me just fold it in half. There we go. That's sophisticated, isn't it? That's beautiful. Those two colours together. Don't they look lovely? Let me move it away. I've got too many colours going on, haven't I, in my field of vision. They look lovely together. Don't they look good? Or we do an ecru. If you go to the website... We do ecru in the solid Makawa solids. We do an ecru, which would look nice, but they work beautifully together, don't they? £6.95, the Amy Butler Oh Dear fabric in coral. Plus the linen texture by Macauer in duck egg for £4.95 for half a metre. I think they look beautiful together. While I've got this duck egg out, I'll leave the duck egg where it is. Let me just fold this one. There's going to be a lot of folding in the next few minutes. I'll put that one back over there. I'm thinking the duck egg. Right, these two together would be lovely as well, wouldn't they? Right, so duck egg, this one is your main graphic. Oh, yes. How elegant are those two together? So this is the duck egg for £4.95 half a metre. This is your Cocoa Bloom, Amy Butler for £6.95 for half a metre. Right, let's just keep looking at those two because I'm just thinking... I'm just seeing if I've got another fabric that might look quite nice together with these. Okay. No, too heavy, too heavy. No, too obvious. They're the two I'd go with. If you're going to buy the two to go, I'd definitely buy those two. Definitely get those two. They're so elegant and sophisticated. So this one here is the one at the bottom there. Oh, Pine. It's called Pine, that one. Amy Butler, Cocoa Bloom in Pine. £6.95 for half a metre. And then this one here is the linen texture fabric by Macauer in Duck Egg Blue. Oh, they're lovely. Beautiful. Right, okay. Fold those two. Oh, see this? Until I reorder, I don't do the reorder, until we reorder, there's only 3 of those left. So if you want one of those, put it in your basket or ring the call centre now. That's what I'd do. Oh, no. The 27 spool box. There were loads. Right? Oh, that's that one, right? Going across the bottom there. £6.45. Very popular. Lots of people multi-buying that at £6.45. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Whenever we get this one in, it always sells out. Always sells out when we get that one in. Okay, now let's just see some of these other fabrics together because I've just seen another mix I might like to do. Now this one is my linear texture in Azalea. And this is my butterflies by Dashwood, I seem to remember. Look at those two together. Look, linear texture in Azalea. Let me open this one out a bit more so you can see it. There you go. There you go. And this one's Distant Dreams Butterfly by Dashwood. Don't they look lovely together? Do you know what? Do you know what? I think I might be a little bit outrageous and have that one as well. So, this is linear texture fabric in Azalea, half metre, £4.95. This is Distant Dreams fabric by Dashwood in the Butterfly Floral. And then we have to get rid of one of them to put in this one. Bright orange. But don't they work beautifully together? Don't those 3 work beautifully together? Now, I'm just seeing if I've got another solid which might work in there. No. That's what I'm looking at in bundles down here. The navy blue would... Oh, that's their navy blue, look. But I think it might be a bit heavy for that fabric. Let me just look. Yeah, a bit too heavy for that fabric. Nice. Really, really lovely, those 3, aren't they? I'm just thinking now. So put that one back there. I am getting a bit creative on a Saturday morning. Put that one there. This is gorgeous. Don't forget the pattern. £12.95 for the swing. They're calling it a swing frock. But I'll show you the damson one we made. The pattern is £12.95. It's a cloth kits pattern. You might know cloth kits. Now, when you think of cloth kits, you think of fabrics with the pattern already printed on it, don't you? Whereas this is a pattern, but it's on the most exquisite paper. It's going to last you a long time. And the one that we made earlier was in the damson. And what we did with those plain colours is we bundled them. So you got 2.5 metres of the fabric and a reel of thread for £16.95. So actually, if you look at it, that's £17 and that's £13. So that's £30, isn't it, for the lot? £30 for the fabric and the thread. You don't need any, you need a button. You need one button. That's all you need on top of that. And the ability to sew, of course. Really lovely. So, do check out your patterns. Do check out... Oh, Dan, I'll say this again. Right. That's gone. There were loads of those. We're very nearly on single figures of the pattern. Be aware. Be aware. That's all I'm saying. Now, I'm showing you bright mixtures, aren't I? Maybe you're not a bright mixture girl. Maybe you like the subtle colours. So this and this are going to look gorgeous together, aren't they? Look. That is the Dashwood Studios Mille Fleurs. And this one here is the pearl blue. Don't they look lovely together? Don't they look gorgeous together? At £5, so this one here is £5.95 for half a metre. This one here is £3.25 for half a metre. You see now, wouldn't they look lovely? Wouldn't they look lovely? Or trimmed. The blue trimmed in the flower there. It's lovely, isn't it? Really, really cute. For if you're not quite as adventurous with colour, or you're wanting something a little more calming, then that would be a lovely mixture, wouldn't it? Which one haven't I shown you then? Oh, Tropicana. We've not done Tropicana. Oh, we have. We put that for Judith, didn't we? I wonder... Who wants to see the emerald bundle? Zoe, here it is. Your wish is our command. What you get in the bundle is you get 2.5 metres of the Makua solid fabric, emerald green. And I've got to go rummaging for my thread. Hang on. Oh, there it is. Found it. And you get a reel of thread. £16.95. I know. That's a beautiful emerald green, isn't it? Really, really lovely. That's a bit... A message from Karen. Oh, Karen. Hello, good morning, Karen. She's just started watching. She loves the show. She said, I've just bought the cloth kits pattern, but... And then it cuts out. So can you send us either email in or send the second half of your message? What happens with the web chat is if it's more than so many letters, we lose it. We don't get the other half. So, Karen, if you can message back, I'm here all morning, but if you can message back, then that would be brilliant. Then I can answer your question. She said she got the cloth kits pattern, but... And then it got stuck like that, so I'm not quite sure what happened then. Marilyn says, is there a way she can make the bust of that bigger? Oh, now, Marilyn... I haven't got the pattern here to show you, but yes, you can do. Yes, you can. What you need to do is split the pattern down. Remember Jennifer was talking about splitting it across? No. Remember about doing it across? What you need to... this book does cover it, but each pattern has to be separate. Because this isn't fitted in the body, all the patterns in here were fitted body patterns. Can you remember what area it was? Hang on, I'll just try and find it where we... Oh, it was right near the beginning, wasn't it? This is the book going across the bottom. Yes, there is a way of doing it. You might have to be a bit advanced, but I can't really show you in the book. And you'd need more than 2.5 metres, yeah. Because, look, all these are fitted tops here, but I'm trying to think of the way... There's not really any... That's the nearest to the one that you would do to make the bust bigger, yeah? Oh, no, that's not it then. That's not it. Basically, what you do is if you've got your pattern piece like that, is the cloth kits pattern around, Joe, if you push it away? No, this one that's open, the one that Jennifer was using. Anyway, look, you've got your pattern piece like that. All you need to do is slice it right down the middle like that. And then on a piece like this, you could just... Oh! Jennifer's coming through the other door. Now, Jane's going running off through that door. Jennifer's come through that. I'm just explaining, Jennifer, somebody's asked about if they wanted to make the bust bigger on your pattern that you used this morning, you'd slice the pattern right down the middle there, and you'd widen it out. Now, what you could do is if you didn't want it, it gets very technical now, but basically, because it's a flared skirt, I wouldn't worry, just add it all the way down. So you make the bust bigger, you make the waist bigger, and you make the hem bigger. Everyone's agreeing. If it was a fitted garment, it gets a little bit more awkward because you have to open darts. You see there, so if you had the pattern, right, and very quickly, I'll just show you here. So that's the back facing. Right, I'm presuming this one, back, front, there you go. So what you would do is I would cut it straight down from the top here, right the way down like that. Now, if you don't want the shoulders any bigger, you leave this point at the same point, and you just open the pattern out like that, and creating, if you want the shoulders bigger as well, you could open the whole thing. But what I do is I do like a big V going from there to there. So it extends the bust measurement, but it will then also extend the hem measurement. You'll need more than 2.5 meters to do that, but that's the way you do that. Don't try just adding it on here and here, because that won't work. You need to add it on down the center. Okay, now you could use some of the square paper. The thing is, you can either recreate a new pattern or you can just pin it straight onto the fabric. But we've got the square pattern here. If you want to make a new pattern, then by all means, it gets a little bit complicated. So what you need to do is put this paper underneath the old pattern and pin the old pattern to this paper to create the new shape. That's not $12.95, that's $3.45, the squared pattern paper. Okay. Oh, now Karen's got a question. All right, we didn't do the cutting. We didn't do the cutting, Karen, earlier. But in the pattern. Oh, the little book's not there. There's a little book showing you exactly how to lay it out on the fabric. It comes with a little book, little instructions manual. I can't open that one, you see, but it comes with a little manual. If Jay gets it into me in time, I'll be able to show you that. But basically, oh, no, there we go. Perfect. Jennifer's becoming the new floor manager. I've got it. Thank you. Right. Who was it? Who was it? Karen, my love, what you do is, depending on the width of fabric we did in the bundle was this wide. So it shows you how to lay it out on the fabric there. Now, if you use our fabric, that's a perfect way. But if you use a different fabric, one with a directional design or a big pattern, remember you're going to have to try and match that and always have them going in the same direction. I hope that helps. I hope that helps. That's the cloth kit. You get so much in that pattern. So much in that pattern for £12.95. And that was the emerald green. I'm not sure who wanted to see the emerald green, but that one was the emerald green one there. This is what you make from the pattern. It's a lovely, they call it a frock, but it's actually a swing top, isn't it? You can wear your leggings, your jeans, opaque tights, high heels underneath it. It's a lovely, simple shape. Those aren't separate sleeves. They're grown-on cap sleeves, apparently. I've never heard that term before, but they're all part of the pattern. It's very simple. There's no zip. It's just got the back. It's just got, on the pattern it says use one button. Jennifer put 3 buttons on the back of hers. But all you need is 2.5 meters of fabric to make any size. The pattern goes up to a size 20. And the fabric bundles that we use for that one are 2.5 meters of the different colours. That's the damson one that we use there, plus the thread for 16. Oh, actually, look at the table behind. There's navy blue, there's Vienna orange, there's aqua, and there's damson, and you're missing emerald green and mauve mist. Mauve mist is what you're missing there. Brilliant. £12.95. Let me know if you want to see anything else. Oh, Helen wants to see something. She wants to see the duck egg blue. Oh, nice. Right, this is the duck egg blue. Yeah, duck egg blue with the linen effect. With the Amy Butler in pine, the cocoa bloom in pine. That would be nice. That would be lovely. Oh, yes. Do you know what's exactly? Oh, yes, that's nice. That is lovely, isn't it? Didn't I put those together earlier? I thought I did, yeah. It is beautiful, isn't it? So this is the Cocoa Bloom Fabric in Pine from the Bright Hearts range for Amy Butler, £6.95 for half a metre. But you can have as much as you want, but in half metre increments. And this is the linen texture fabric. It's not linen at all. It's a lovely, lovely cotton. In fact, it's woven. Let me just show you the back. It's woven, so you warp and you weft the different colours, look. So it's the white mixed with the blue to give it that linen effect. At £6. Marilyn, it's my pleasure, my love. Any questions you've got, you just ask away. If I can answer them, I will. If not, then I'll ask an expert. They look lovely together, don't they? Look absolutely beautiful together. So, what shall I just sum up with? Because I'm about to finish, aren't I? How long have I got? Just a couple of minutes. Ooh, which is your favourite? Which is your favourite? I have to say, I love that Cocoa Bloom with that duck egg blue. That's really lovely. I do love... Right, mine would be a toss-up between that one and those three. Yeah, so I can't show you all three graphs at the same time. So my choice would be those two and those three together. Now, this one is linear texture in azalea, £4.95 for half a metre. That's a Macao fabric. This one is Dashwood Distant Dreams, Butterfly Flower, I think it's called. We'll just double check. There it is, Butterfly Floral, £6.45. And then this one here, you can just look that one up. That one's called Bright Orange, isn't it? That one's just called Bright Orange. Let me turn them into camera there. Oh, there you go. Oh, she's on the ball today, isn't she? £3.25. Don't they look lovely together, those three? Do you know what I'd be tempted to do? If you're going to make that smock, I'd make it... Like somebody texted in earlier saying I'd make it like a 1960s dress. I'd do those two colours like that. And then oh, that's my microphone. I do apologise. And then I'd trim it with that. You can't hear me because I'm covering up my microphone. Oh, Mary, thank you, Mary, for your lovely email. She'll read it to me later. Oh, I've only got 30 seconds. Blimey, Jennifer Mills is up after this break. Oh, making the most beautiful, beautiful, gorgeous dress, right? It's a really lovely cloth kits dress. I've got it in a different fabric. I won't spoil the surprise, but come back after you made your cup of tea. In fact, don't go anywhere. Get someone else to make your cup of tea. It's Saturday morning. You don't need to go out yet. I'll see you in 3 minutes with Jennifer Mills. Go nowhere.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
So I'm going to be showing you how to do a hem stitch. Now, a hem stitch is just a row of small slanting stitches that are used to secure your hem. So in this case, I'm pretending that this is going to be the bottom of a trouser leg. So I'm going to be using a needle and thread today. I'm using embroidery thread so you can see what I'm doing. And I'm actually not going to put a knot in the bottom of this. I'm going to secure my thread with a double stitch. So I'm first going to take my needle through the single hem. I'm going to leave a little bit of a tail before I place that back down. So then I'm going to do a double stitch. Now this is just where you sew over the same area twice, so you're creating a knot. So that's 1, 2. So that's securing my thread now. And now we can begin doing our hem stitch. So you're going to need to bring your needle in at a diagonal. So you want to pick up a few stitches from what would be the trouser leg before then going into your hem, so you can make this stitch a little bit bigger, and then repeating that process again at a diagonal. I'm going to be picking up a few stitches of the trouser leg, and then we can pick up more of the single hem. So I'm making these stitches super big so you can see what I'm doing, but when you do this at home you'd want to make these a little bit closer together. So again, a few stitches. Okay, so there's my row of hem stitching, and if I just turn this over, you can see the very small stitches on the other side. So if you're doing this in a normal thread and not a thick thread, you won't be able to see those at all.
Join us on Monday the 24th of April and Tuesday the 25th of April, where Jo Carter will be bringing 3 of her cuddly creations with her. Monday at 10 a.m, Jo will be featuring the adorable bear in a bag toy. Then on Tuesday, Jo will be bringing her popular big-eared bunny back in new fabrics and introducing a new lovable penguin. So join Jo and her cuddly pals on Monday the 24th and Tuesday the 25th of April, only at Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Isn't that gorgeous? Isn't that absolutely beautiful? Wafting look in the air conditioning. I just think it's stunning, isn't it? It's such a beautiful, beautiful frock. Now, what we've got for you in this hour is Jennifer Mills is going to make it. She's obviously already made that one. Oh, look, it's the essence of the 1950s. You can imagine lovely cups of tea and lovely cakes on those tiered cake stands and everything, under a little marquee or little tent in the garden, playing croquet on the lawn. It's just beautiful, isn't it? It's such a simple little frock, and it's going to take you through so many different occasions, isn't it? You could wear it with your little flats, flip-flops. You could wear it with your flip-flops and a denim jacket. You could wear it with high-heeled shoes and wear it to the races and with a lovely hat. Do you know what I mean? It's going to go through so many different occasions. Now, what we've done is we've chosen 3 that I've got here and another one that I'll show you in a minute. 4 fabrics that we can make this out of. Obviously, you've already seen it out of this fabric here, but I've got 2 others to show you here. And one of them is uncannily like the fabric that the Clothkits designers made it out of in the first place. So should we start with the one that the dress is made out of already? What it is, you get 3 meters. 3 meters of the fabric in the bundle. So we've basically, when we put a bundle like this together for you, it means you get it more affordably. And 3 meters is enough to make it in any size that's on that pattern. So 3 meters of fabric. That's my fault. I put the dress in the wrong place there. You get 3 meters of this. That's 7-berry fabric. It's just called pink floral, and it's beautiful. I will waft it for you later, but you can see it beautifully on the dress there. Isn't that gorgeous? It's such a beautiful little dress. So versatile. Hannah's just started saying where you can wear it, which we've already done, but we've, no buts. Now, I've got 2 other fabrics to show you. Is this one. Now, this one is uncannily the one I said, like the one that the Clothkits have used on the pattern. I'll show you in a second. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's Joel Dewberry fabric. It's got a real vintage feel to it, hasn't it? Let me put it the right way up for you. Real vintage feel to it, hasn't it? Now, again, you get 3 meters of the fabric, £36.95 for this one. Now, the quality of the fabric is just exquisite, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful fabric there. Now, what colour do they say that one is? Oh, they haven't put a colour on it. If you want to check what the colour is, it'll be on the web as well. £36.95. Gorgeous, isn't it? It's like let me explain it to you. There's lime green, there's zesty lemon, there's orange, there's white, there's dark teal and a pale teal, I'd say, in there. £36.95. So in that £36.95, you get 3 meters of fabric to make the dress with. The dress would look gorgeous in that. Really, really stunning. And then last but not least, frou-frou. Now, my friend Elizabeth, very big in publishing, got a funny little friend called Kevin. She loves frou-frou fabrics. And I can see her at she wouldn't be at a tea party, though. She'd be at a vodka and champagne party. They don't exist. They don't exist, no. They don't exist. Just in her mind. Isn't it lovely? 3 meters. 3 meters of frou-frou fleury. Now, I can't tell you which number it is, I'm afraid, because you know how the frou-frou comes in numbers. I can't tell you which number that one is. £53.95. 3 metres of fabric, beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Let me just check. I think the width is the... Oh, I put my tape measure away. No, I think the width is the same. No, the width is the same. Width is the same. 42 inch, 44 inches, 42 inches, that is. 112 centimetres. Anyway, I've messed up the dress now. Let's go and see Jennifer, because she's the one who's got to make... Oh, she's already made it once, but she's got to make it again. So let's go and see Jennifer. Have a look at the dress. I'll walk across. Oh. There we go. Oh, now that's the front and the back of the dress. That's pretty, isn't it? It's such a lovely dress, isn't it?
It is. I love 50s shapes anyway, but I like the watercolour kind of element of this print.
Yes.
It almost looks like when you paint watercolour on wet paper and the colours bleed. Beautiful.
I just think it's almost like it's taken from... When I used to work at a place called 20th Century Costumes, and a lot of the big designers used to come in, and it was a place you could hire costumes for, or clothes for film and television, so they were the originals. They were the whole thing about it was that everything was an original that was in stock, and then we could remake for you if you wanted. But what a lot of big designers used to do is come in and take period garments out, and then use the style of cutting and the fabric colours and everything like that to then use them. And then 2 seasons later, you'd be like, isn't that the one we've got on the 3rd floor? You know what I mean? They're just... But this looks like it's a real 1950s pattern, doesn't it? You're going to need the iron on, aren't you? I'll switch the iron on for later.
Yes, I am.
Right, OK, that's the 7-berry bundle underneath. £29.95. You get 3 metres of that fabric, of that pink floral fabric. Now, the one that we're using... we haven't got available in the bundle. If you just go to the website, and you'll be able to find this fabric on the website if you want to buy this fabric for the... We wanted to bundle it, but it all got a bit confused this morning. So those are the 3 bundles over there. But you can always, if you like this fabric, you can always buy this fabric on the web for it. You need 3 metres. You need, 3 metres. You need 3 metres of it. OK, so now let's start with the pattern. Right, have a look. Because how uncannily alike is this to one of our fabric bundles? Look, you see, there's the Joel Drewbury fabric that we're doing. That's our bundle there for £36.95. That is the original pattern. This is the original pattern. How so close is that? Now, this is where I need to talk to you about sizes before we do anything else, because the last cloth kits pattern we had, it went by your measurements, didn't it? Whereas on this one, it goes by the finished size of the dress.
So the garment measurements, if you were to measure across the waist.
So now they're saying this one, and now this just goes from an 8 to a 16, by the way, this pattern. 81 centimetre finished size bust. Now, how much... Oh, there we go. How much ease do you think you should have? Because it's quite a close-fitting dress, isn't it? But how much ease would you...
I think total ease, if I was making that to measure, probably only 4 centimetres between the body and the garment.
OK, so you're saying, so 4 off that would be 77 centimetres.
Yes.
Okay, I've got to take my shoe if you want. So what we're saying is, because these are the actual sizes of the finished dress on here. So what was 81, sorry?
81 is 32.
So that's the finished bust size of 32.
Yeah, so it's
86.
Designed to be quite close-fitting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just under 34.
Just under 34. This is the size of the finished dress, remember, not your measurements. 91.
Just under 36.
So just under 36. 96.
96 is just under 38.
And just under 38. And 101.
101 is just under 40.
40 for size 16. That's the size of the finished dress. So when you buy this, and also the waist, you have to take the waist into consideration because it's a fitted waist on this one as well. So if you need to know any of those measurements, just let me know. And then the dress length is between 95 and 97 centimetres, depending on what size you go for. Beautiful, beautiful. A pattern, again, on the most really good quality paper. So you can use it over and over and over again. It's £12.95 still. And then you get the beautiful little booklet that goes with the instructions and everything like that.
So it's made up of a front and a back skirt, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. On the narrower fabric, it requires some attention.
OK.
Side, back and back. Centre front and side front, and 2 facings. So
brilliant.
Classic, simple.
Did you, because I know you like to do this, on the centre back, because there's a zip, isn't there?
Yeah, added.
Did you add extra fabric on the centre back?
And because of the way it's printed, I was able to just add 0.5 centimetre, so that's my cutting.
Yes.
That's my new cutting.
So you have a 2 centimetre centre back.
Yeah, whenever I'm putting a zip in.
Okay, that's just a Jennifer-ism. And you might want to do that as well. I always leave extra as well because you've got more to play with. You don't want to be putting the zip in when you've got fiddly little ends. So, the first thing you did was cut it out, Jess.
I did, and I've made some notes because it's really important to get this right. There's lots of things to consider. Not so much with this looks abstract, but actually isn't. There is a pattern repeat in there, but it's not so obvious.
Yes.
But with something linear, or with any linear shapes in it like this, I pressed the fabric and then folded it over, and I put pins in to line up the stalks
of the flowers.
Because it's very easy for it to go
well,
off.
Now, this fabric is printed on top of... So we have ginghams and printed on top, and you can't guarantee that they're straight.
Yeah, so I tried as much as possible with the bodice pieces to make sure that when I sew a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance off that waist, that's where the flower stalks end.
Have you got that there?
I didn't want to cut through the middle of a row of flowers.
But as you say, on the 3 fabrics we've got in the bundles over there, you don't need to worry as much because it's an all-over pattern.
No, this was a whole different ballgame.
Okay, and also the other thing I need to know is, you're going to talk about this now?
Yes, I am.
The skirt panels, because all of our fabrics are 42 inches wide or 110 centimetres wide. But because if you just look here, they show you how to cut the panels out. This is if you've got wider fabric. So you might be just buying the pattern because you've already got your fabric at home. So if you've got a wider fabric, then you do the layout at the top, suggesting there, with your centre back and your centre front of the skirt on the straight of grain.
Yes.
But I'll let Jennifer explain this one, because if you've got narrow fabric, which is the one we've got with your 3 metres, you need to cut it slightly differently, don't you?
You do. Because of the width of fabric, you shift the pattern so your centre front and centre back end up on the bias of the grain.
So instead of the side seam being on the bias, which they would be on the wide fabric, your centre front and your centre back are on the bias because of the way you have to cut it in the fabric.
Yeah. And therefore, because I would not want to have to put a zip into a fabric that stretches, and bias has stretch in it,
yes,
I have reinforced with a strip of fusible interfacing that centre back seam just below where the zip will go to the top. It's only about 2.5 centimetres, an inch wide, and over my sewing line, just to give that area some stability.
We've got the iron-on interfacing here, going across the bottom, £2.95 for a metre square.
And you can see when you fold that back, it feels like straight grain.
Yes.
Direction.
And also, you don't want to be trying to put a zip into a bias because it's going to be moving everywhere, isn't it?
No, that would be tricky. So I've done that. And the other thing to bear in mind is, depending on your design, you end up with this...
But I quite like that chevron effect.
Interesting, yeah. So that's the front. And then where the front meets the back left seam, you've got the stalks going that way, and at the front, the stalks going that way.
Yeah, not even a chevron, it's a kind of parallelogram or something like that, isn't it?
Because the skirt's so full, that does lie along the straight grain.
Yes.
Yeah, so that kind of adds another characteristic to it. If you've
but
got
also,
any design that's printed that way.
Where's the centre front of the skirt?
Centre front is there.
Because it means that on your centre front, you've got them going on a diagonal line, haven't you, really? Which I think adds to the 50s kind of flair to it, really, doesn't it?
And I would... I know hems come last, but I think I'll mention it while we're talking about it.
Yeah.
Bias direction cut fabric can drop.
Yes.
So I would leave the dress on a dress stand or a hanger for at least a day after finishing it.
Yes.
And then measure it and check
before
the hem.
doing the hem. Before doing the hem,
Yeah, because the chances are, and it probably won't be much with this sort of fabric, because it varies, doesn't it? Something like chiffon or crepe de chine can drop a lot.
Yes.
But it
might... velvet's a nightmare. It can be a foot longer the next day, can't it?
Yeah. So it might just be a couple of centimetres, but it's nice to, especially with a design like this, to get the hem level.
Yes, exactly. But we'll come to the hem. We will come to the hem in a second.
That's worth bearing in mind.
So that's what we're making. It's from the Clothkits 50s Vintage Tea Dress Paper Sewing Pattern, £12.95. The one you're seeing in your screen now, that's the 7-berry pink floral bundle. They call it a bundle. Basically, we put 3 metres of fabric together for you for £29.95 to make that beautiful. I think it really, really works well, doesn't it? Oh, you're loving that bundle already. I thought you'd switch me off, Hannah. You were very quiet.
So I've sewn the bodice seams together.
Right.
And in their beautifully illustrated instructions, they suggest that you do a line of stitching, an ease stitch, and also clip between the notches.
Well, it's almost like an empire. It's almost... I just need to do this. It's almost like an empire. That's the kind of shaping. It's almost... It's not quite princess, is it? Because princess would go like that. But it's almost like there would have been in a Napoleonic Empire line dress. That kind of... It's got slight shaping to it, but it's not... veering into a point.
It's very
just
subtle.
got that, but it's also very flattering. Those two seams there are very, very... Can't really see it when it's on the mannequin, but when you've got seams like that coming in from the side there, because all they've done is they've just put the dart, they've taken the bust dart out of there and put it into there and there to create a kind of one seam, that's all.
And the grown-on cap sleeve, similar to the swing dress as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So I've already sewn those together. To be honest, I didn't do that line of e-stitching because I don't usually. When I would if I, excuse me, if I had a very sharp curve, a bit like the scooter skirt that we did. But in this instance, I don't feel it's necessary. So I have clipped it, though, because that makes it easier. And I always work with the clipped side uppermost. So
you clipped it before you stitched it?
Yeah, between the notches.
Yeah.
I've clipped there and matched the top and the bottom.
OK.
I've sewn those already, and those need to be pressed over the ham. And then... That's
instruction for me to get the pad out.
And this is 1.5 centimetres throughout the pattern. So I'm just making sure the raw edges remain together, because when you've got different shaped curves, they want to move.
So are you doing the back now?
I am, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Do you need something? Pins?
Just need to pop that in there.
Has this pattern got a rouleau loop, or is that just left there from last time?
Oh, that was me checking that the machine tension was as it should be.
That's fine, that's fine.
And doing my chain linking.
No, I want to shout at Jay, because I haven't chatted after for 10 minutes. So.
I was linking something that didn't belong.
I could just see it there thinking, oh, I've got blue rouleaus on this one as well.
No.
We were able to show, after we finished the 8 o'clock month, I had a book and it had rouleau loops and French seams in it, so I was able to explain those in depth for you.
Lovely. I think they're such a nice feature. And like you were saying, if you use contrast print as well for rouleaus, that adds something even more special. So that was really easy to put together.
Okay.
The notching helped.
I've got a question for you.
Great.
Have you got a sister called Katie?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
How brilliant is my little sister, Jennifer? Love her what? Love her Katie kisses.
Oh, that's lovely.
She had to check, first of all, to make sure it wasn't a fan or a friend, or if it really was a sister.
That's so nice.
Oh, don't stop sewing. You got all emotional now, Katie. Oh, it's ironing.
Yes, so all of these seams have this lovely gentle curve in them.
Sadly, the hammer sold out, but we will be getting more in. We will be getting some more in. Nice to see it in action. If you did buy one last week and just waiting for it to pop through your... Oh, what day is it? Saturday? Oh, it could come today. Saturday.
And the seams would all be neatened, but I'm not going to focus on the neatening. I think some things are a given, aren't they?
Yeah.
And also...
Also, there's a lot more to do with this one as well, isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, it's nice that your sister's watching, isn't it?
It's lovely.
Jane's enjoying your demonstration as well.
That's nice to know.
She says... Do you think... Oh, it look lovely. You mean princess length? She said, would this dress look nice if I made it calf length?
Oh, yeah. It would look
Be
lovely.
beautiful. Be really beautiful.
Be very full if you extended that pattern down.
Well, you definitely need more than 3 metres to do it. And also, don't forget the shape of the skirt will get wider and wider and wider if you lengthen it just from the bottom. So what you're going to need to do is do... Well, it depends. No, the thing is, sometimes it's nice to have even more fabric in, isn't it? But, because I hate it when they do a circular skirt and they skimp on the fabric and it doesn't go... I think it would look lovely, but just remember, if you do follow the pattern through like that, it's going to be much, much wider at the hem. You might want to just bring it in a little bit. But it would look gorgeous, yeah. Do you know what would look nice in as well? Like a heavy, if you were making it into a long evening gown, you could make it in a crepe de chine, or you could make it in a really lovely silky jersey, or a fine velvet, or something like that. Don't you think?
I do. I also like to play around with necklines as well. So I think a gentle V
Yes.
would be quite interesting.
Or a sweetheart neckline.
Yeah.
Be nice. Anyway, that's another show. This is the pressing show. Right. Jay's just folding up the fabric again for me, and I don't think he remembered what shapes they were in before he started. I do worry for him. His mind's in Disney 2018 at the moment, I think. Yeah, he wants to book a holiday. Other holidays are available, but he's found one to Disney that he wants to take his fiancée. Sorry, girlfriend too. You watching, Danny?
So these could be
Sorry.
overlocked,
Yes.
or that method I said about where you press that under
Oh, yes,
like
yes,
that.
yes, yes.
That I think has a kind of 50s look about it almost as well. Don't know why. Did they have overlockers in the 50s?
I don't think so. If you know, let me know. I wouldn't have said so. Oh, I had a word with our buying department as well, and there's an overlocker on its way, coming almost on its way.
Lovely. They're
Very exciting.
So useful.
The fabric that Jennifer's using, you need to go to the website to find that.
Okay.
Oh, have a look. There it is on the website.
So then the shoulders are sewn together.
Hang on one sec. We'll just look at that. There you go. It's £5.45 for half metre. That's if you want the fabric that Jennifer's using at the moment. Oh, look, in tumble dry. There's so much information on the website. It's worth going. Look, wash before use, machine wash separately at 30 degrees, tumble dry, warm iron, do not bleach, do not dry clean. You see, that's all on there. Well, you don't get anything given that. Maybe you should look on the website more. Yeah.
So I'm going to do the pin-through technique again, because that's a very noticeable feature, isn't
Yes.
it?
So what Jennifer's saying, do you want to come back into your
probably
place?
blends in more on
Yes.
that design.
You've got the seam coming up the front here, and you've got the seam coming up the back there. You want them to meet exactly in the same place, because even though it's a busy fabric, you are going to notice if the seams don't match. Are you not?
You are. You are indeed.
The 7-berry pink floral bundle, which is the one that the sample is made out of, this one here. Blimey, half the stock's gone already. Half the stock's gone.
Sometimes it takes a few goes just to get it absolutely right. Like
Yeah.
that. So I'm going to sew from that side across and then doing my linking.
Yes. So you're basically showing the sewing at the two shoulder seams together.
Yeah.
Is this, have they done the facing all in one again on this, or is this a different one like them from before?
No, not that technique that we did before.
Different technique
It's
then.
there's a front and a back facing, and I also made a note about that. As pattern pieces, they look really, really similar.
Oh, okay. I will have a look at that in a second.
So I would very much recommend. I'll show you now, actually.
This is very much, they're two different stories, aren't they? That fabric we've got on the stand is very glamorous, tea dress, afternoon tea. This one's saying to me, Emily Lloyd in that film where she's sitting on by the seaside.
What was that called?
Oh, that was one of my first films, hang on. Emily Lloyd, and she was in a film, and it was her licking a big whippy ice cream, sitting with a bike there.
Yeah, I know exactly the one you mean.
Sitting on a barrier by the sea.
Can't think of the title.
It'll come to us. If you know which one it is.
Somebody must know. So I've used the dissolvable pen to write F and B for front,
Okay,
front
we'll come
and
to the
back.
facing in a second. So we'll just so we're just stitching the shoulder seams now.
Yeah. I like notes, and I like making notes on the fabric. That's why that pen is so useful.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, when
At
I
the-
trained, we didn't have such things. You had to do notches or use your
Or
tailor's
chalk,
chalk.
yeah. Yeah, I use chalk as well.
Pens and the tailor's chalk are on the website.
Just having a reference.
Yeah.
I mark it whilst it's at the cutting table, which I didn't first time, which is why I've made notes on this. And then I sat down to sew this together, and the front and back are so similar, but they're not the same, so they wouldn't match the necks.
Right.
So then I went back, double-checked it on the pattern piece, and then wrote F and B.
Right. Front and back.
Because it would not
any
be
problems
fun.
with your basket, please ring the team on 0800 112 44 33. It's a completely free telephone number, and it's just down the road here. Just down the road. It's not in the building. I can't nip in and ask them. Oh, hang on, no.
Again, making sure.
Oh, what's the name of the lady?
Marilyn, my love, just tell them that you always have the same problem and they'll sort it out for you, don't worry.
All the way along to the shoulder edge.
Carol and Danielle. Yeah, hello, Carol and Danielle. They've got a new dog. Now, answer me this. If you get a dog from somebody that's already been used to being called, I can't remember which way round it is now, Scruff, right, and then it arrives at your house and you call it Prince, don't you think it'll get confused?
I think you have to retrain them, don't you?
I presume so. Anyway.
They go, who are you talking to?
Or pick a dog with a similar sounding name. So Scruff or Woof, maybe. Or, yeah.
So then those get pressed
over
the ham again, so that we keep that nice shoulder curve. And what they suggest in the instructions is that when you've attached the skirt, which is the next thing I'm going to do at the waist edge, you try it on and fit it to you or whoever's going to wear it down the side seams. And then those from under the arm all the way down to the hem is sewn to fit.
Oh, okay. The thing is, when I was making, obviously I wasn't making for myself, I was always making for somewhere else, whether it was an actress or somebody who wanted a dressmaking or something like that. So fittings were an automatic thing that you did. You don't think of people making at home actually doing fittings, but of course you've got, you've got to, really.
But
you need a friend to help you. Yeah, well, yes, exactly, but then it's nice to have a friend to help.
That's exactly what you want.
Exactly.
And this edge is an interesting one. That gets turned in.
Where are you going now? Sorry, where are we now?
We are on this shoulder
on the edge of the grown on cap sleeve. Cap sleeve.
Yeah. And while I'm here, I just think it's worth pointing out that you've got that curve and then it curves out slightly, and it's very easy to get a roping effect. I noticed on that needs pressing some more, and I may even, if I was making that, not just for here, I might unpick it and do it again.
Or
if I'm
maybe hand stitch something like that, because then if you're making it as an exquisite couture dress, you could. It's because it's on a curve that goes like an S. It goes inwards and outwards, and every time you have a bias hem or a bias turn back, there is the risk of it all roping like that.
Just looking at that, when you fold it back, it doesn't really want to fold back because it's an interesting curve. Anyway, it can be done. It just requires some attention.
And also, because it's all in one, there's no way you can face it either. Because normally, if you have a shape like that on the edge, you'd have faced it, wouldn't you? But there's nowhere to face it to, really.
No, so that needs to be folded in and pressed as you go.
Yes.
I would cut those corners off as well. So I just thought I'd mention that while it was flat and visible. So now I'm going to sew front skirt. And the reason it hangs so beautifully is because you've got that gentle curve on the waist edge of the bodice, and then...
Let me move those out of the way.
That shape curve on the skirt, which when they go together...
They'll create the folds, yes, exactly. Also, it's terribly flattering as well. Because it's a flat around the waist seam, there's no bulk. If you did a gathered circular skirt or a gathered skirt on there, you'd suddenly get a John Scott belly. Well, I wouldn't want one, except you don't want gathering there, sort of thing. Whereas, because it's flat, and if you wanted more fullness, you could add godays in as well to give it even more fullness. But having a flat seam going around the front of your tummy is so flattering as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and the right amount of flare as well.
Say this again, sorry.
The right amount of flare. It's just that it's beautifully
proportioned.
Oh, no,
it's beautifully proportioned,
Now, I had sewn these side seams in the skirt because I wanted to show what the fabrics looked like when they were together. Okay. So, in that case, I mean, if you knew... maybe you'd made the pattern already and you wanted to make another and you knew this was the fit that you wanted, you could sew your side seams and then sew...
And will you do that now?
I think I will, because I'd already sewn those side seams. But if you use the method in the booklet, it's...
Yes, but
you were showing us a technique, so that's fine, So the front skirt would be attached to the front skirt.
Yes.
So then you'd have the whole dress would sort of open out like that, and then the side seam would be pinned on whoever's going to wear it.
Okay.
All the way down, especially at the waist. They say, they have a lovely description for it. If I can find it.
Well, don't worry.
Anyway,
I'll have a look for it.
it's about making it nipped in at the waist. That was the description.
Oh, there they are. It's going to sound off my glasses, but they were
And I think actually these need, this tricky corner needs to be done before the side seams are done. And then, and then you sew up there. So I'll do one, I'll press it. Can we swap places
How far
again?
are we in time? Oh, yes, you're all right. We've got about 20 minutes left.
So I'll just roll.
Slip your dress inside out and pin the seams to achieve a snug fit at the waist.
That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Emily Lloyd from... Knew it as soon as you said, Wish You Were Here.
Ah, of course.
One of the first films I ever worked on. I didn't work on the set of that. I worked at 20th Century Costumes at that time, and they came in and had the costumes made.
What's it like to watch a film that you've made costumes?
Seven Brides, Seven Brothers is... Well, I didn't do the film. That was in 1939. Thank you. Hannah's saying, when you did Seven Brides, Seven Brothers... I did the costumes for the tour of Seven Brides. It hadn't been done for years and years and years. Then Michael Winter, director, decided to put it on in Culture. No, York. Was it on in York? Yeah, York first, when I was at York. Then it went on a national tour, and I'd moved to Colchester by then, so I then did the costumes from there. Okay.
What I'm doing with this edge is rolling it.
Can we? I don't know if we can see.
It's a bit like a rolled hem.
Yeah,
Should I move it to the table?
No, you're perfect. You're perfect. You know.
Okay, so I've pressed it over, probably about 1/2 centimetre, but the fabric bounces back. It isn't possible to fold it over anymore. It kind of tells you what it wants to do. And I've done the same all the way along. So it's like a little rolled hem.
Yes. You could almost, if your machine had a rolled hem foot, could you not use it?
You could. Yeah, it might be... sometimes they're a bit temperamental where you get a seam allowance going into them, aren't they?
Yes.
So the shoulder seam
because it has to all fit in, yes.
Yeah. But that would look very neat. That's what I'm trying to achieve with the pressing.
Okay. While you're pressing that... Oh, somebody wants to see the fabric. So hang on, you're just going to stitch it now. So you're not missing anything. You're not missing anything. Somebody just wants to see the other fabrics that's available in. Jay's left the pink one over there. So I've just got the two. I've got the Joel Dewberry here. Ooh. Now remember, in the bundle, sorry, I was miles away then. In the bundle, you get 3 meters of the fabric, which is enough to make the dress in any of the sizes in the pattern. Oops, sorry. Oh, I've done that. Oh, no, it's not upside down. It's beautiful. This is the Joel Dewberry Rose Bouquet. You get 3 meters for £36.95. And then the pattern, the 1950s tea dress pattern going across the bottom there, £12.95. Lovely, isn't it? So that's that one. That's the Joel Dewberry one, which looks very similar. Don't you think it looks like that fabric on there? Do you know what I mean? Very similar, isn't it? Right, okay. It's a lovely colour palette, that one. Whoops. And then I've got the frou-frou. Frou-frou. This is frou. Now, you know what? How am I going to say this subtly? It's got the essence of liberty, hasn't it? It's got the essence of liberty, this fabric.
Very much so.
Isn't it lovely? Isn't it beautiful? This is the Frou-Frou Fleury bundle, 3 meters for £53.95. Isn't it lovely? Look at the print. Such a gorgeous print. Very elegant, very sophisticated. Would make that dress look absolutely beautiful. And you could dress it so many ways because of all the different colours in there. £53. Do you know what I'm seeing? Seam stockings and peep-toed shoes. You know what I mean? No, nobody else's.
I do. I know what you mean.
Do you know what I mean? Like that really lovely kind of 50s. I'm thinking of a lady in the 50s who's still... Because if you look back in history, fashion wasn't like it is now. Fashion stayed around a lot longer. So somebody would be in the 50s but still have a 40s influence because they loved the 40s and bring it through. So they'd have 50s styles in 40s fabrics and things like that. Also, people kept their clothes an awful lot longer in those days and they adapted and readapted their clothes. So you could have a 40s dress that would then turn into a 50s dress. Do you know what I mean? It's people kept their clothes much... because what were you saying earlier? We're all 8 inches wider around the waist now than we were in the 1950s.
In the last decade, apparently, women's waist sizes have increased by 8 inches.
Yeah, Hannah says it was in the last week with her. Anyway, that's the lovely frou-frou fabric there. And then the one the dress is made out of, the one that you're going absolutely wild for, is the 7-berry fabric. It's beautiful, isn't it? There's the front and the back of it on show there. Look. Isn't that gorgeous? So that's the 7-berry, $29.95 for 3 metres. We love this fabric. We love... Made in Japan. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. I think there's a lot of fluff in the air this morning. Isn't that nice? Beautiful, perfect fabric for the dress.
So that's a little rolled hem that needs to be pressed, otherwise you get that,
Yes.
awkward corner appearance. But that's how the sleeve armhole is finished.
Yep. Because it's not just the armhole, it's the armhole that then goes out onto the groan on a cap sleeve as well.
And I think that just requires a little bit of concentration.
Yes.
Because of the curves, like you
Also,
said, you've got to go that way and that way.
because it looks like it's all waving. Once it's done up
Yeah.
and pressed, it then makes that beautiful shape of the cap sleeve there. So don't be frightened. When it's laying flat like that, you can look at it and think, oh no, I've stretched it. Because, if you stretch your fabrics on the bias, it does this normally, doesn't it? Well, don't worry about that, because as I say, when it's pressed and it's stitched into the shoulder seam, it makes exactly the shape it's meant to make. OK, what's next?
Now, I'll only do one.
Yes.
For demonstration purposes, but what they then suggest is that you sew the side seams after that's been done.
Yes.
So you sew up through that, so the appearance then, when it's turned out, is like that.
Yes. Brilliant.
So if I sew both side seams,
you
then
need
we
to
can
sew
attach
both.
skirt
Yes,
to
attach
bodice.
the skirt to the bodice. Size of the pattern for this one goes up to a 16 for those of you asking, but unless you know how to grade patterns, I wouldn't take it above a 16. I don't think, do you agree with me? You'd have to be an experienced pattern cutter to grade that up.
Yeah, grading is a whole different ballgame.
Yes,
I think,
it's fine if you want to add a length or a little bit of fullness
like
to the
we
skirt.
said about cutting through and
Yes.
adding some pattern paper. That's beautifully simple, logical grading.
But for the other one,
grading these princess line type seams is more complex.
Because you've got different lines. So if you're not a competent, no, that's not the right word I'm looking for, confident pattern grader, then I wouldn't try it. I mean, I find it difficult to grade someone else's pattern. If I've done the pattern, then I'm fine with it. But if somebody else gives me a pattern, if you gave me one of your patterns, I'd find it difficult. It is a skill. In factories, that is a job for one person or one department. They grade up and they grade down, because you just don't make it bigger. Everything has an equation. Yes. So if you grade it up, your armhole needs to be different, your sleeve needs to be different, your shoulder seam needs to be different, your side seam needs to be different.
There are CAD packages, aren't there, where you plot X and Y coordinates in order for that to then print out at the plotter.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. What we're going to do is, because so many of you are asking it, we're going to ask, it might not be a cloth kits one, but we're going to ask the buying department if they can find us this style, which goes up to slightly bigger sizes. Do you know what I mean? I have to say, it's very, very on trend. I also do fashion. I also do a lot in fashion. And a lot of the houses are doing what they're calling them prom dresses, but they're not prom dresses. They're like dresses like this. But for maybe not a more mature lady, but do you know what I mean? They look fabulous for the races and things like that. So Hannah will ask our buying department to try and get us a pattern for that as well.
So when I put two pieces together like this, I ask myself, which side do I need facing me? Which has got the most going on? And in this instance, it's the bodice because it has so many more seams.
Yes.
So I want to make sure the skirt goes inside the bodice.
Yeah, right sides together would help.
Yeah. It is, isn't it?
No. I wasn't being patronising then. No, I wasn't saying would help. She knows what she's doing. Before you start writing in, I wasn't saying it. I wasn't being patronising.
Sounded funny.
Back me up then, back me up. I wasn't being patronising.
It would be good if you got it right.
No, I was That's it now. How many Facebook comments are we going to get about that now? He won't leave her alone. He keeps interrupting, telling her how to do it. She's the expert. Leave her alone.
Just, I'm not saying anything.
Me neither. Just getting on with it.
Yeah, get on with it, girl.
So we've got seams to match at the side seam because they're perfectly in alignment, and then notches at the centre front.
Are the notches on the pattern, or have you put the notches in?
I've put them in, yeah. Just little snips like that disappear into the neatening of the seam allowance.
And there's no, you don't need to snip or anything into it because it matches almost identically, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. You've got that two different curves to consider. So I'll just steadily go along there, making sure my seam allowances are open and flat and not folded over.
If any of the fabrics we're showing you in this hour aren't to your taste, I've got a whole floral hour coming up after this, a fabric, just all floral fabrics. And they're not all florals, actually, are they? Because I think I've seen some ginghams and some spots.
My idea when I placed the pattern pieces on was for there to be a little bit of distance between the bottom of that stalk.
Right, yes.
And that's
on the pattern.
Paid off, I think.
But of course, if you're not making it out of this white 1950s Emily, what's she called, Emily?
Emily Lloyd?
Lloyd's type frock. Oh, Anne, thank you. Anne says, don't worry, you're great, John. And so is Jennifer, she said. Oh, yes, definitely, we'll try and see if we can do it. There's nobody in, it's the weekend, they don't work weekends or bank holidays or anything like that. Who will you send it to? Yeah.
So I'm checking that the skirt isn't puckered. Because
yes, of course.
Obviously that curve is a lovely
smooth
shape.
Yes. Do any gathers or anything in there?
I tend to work in sections of about that much at a time and then keep checking underneath. Cause it's so much easier to do that than rush away and then have to unpick.
Yes. Right, somebody wants to know what the measurements, while you're saying that, wants to know what the measurements for the size 16 bust are. Now remember, these are the finished dress. These aren't your measurements. 101 centimetres, which was 40, I think, wasn't it? 101 centimetres, I think that's 40. Yeah, 40. The finished size of the size 16 bust is 40 inches. The waist is 83. The waist is 83, which is 32 and a half. These are the sizes of the actual finished dress, and the length of the dress in that one is 97 centimetres. Also, one thing we haven't pointed out is in the pattern, as well in the pattern, we just chose not to do it. Yes. There are two different collars as well. You can have a pointy collar, and you can... Oh, now, where's the picture?
Yeah, I meant to mention that.
Yes. See, it's just as well I am here sometimes, isn't it? Only sometimes, but yes. I'm sure there was a picture.
Of the collar? Yeah, there's in the little illustration there.
Yeah, but there was the bit... I don't know if you can see that. There's a whole collar section, which I can't find now. So you see there, it's got a little Peter Pan collar on it. How weird. I thought it was a... Oh, there's a pointy collar, optional collar. That's the pointy collar, and that's the round collar there. That's the Peter Pan collar, and that's the pointy collar there. So you can put a collar on it as well. I think, this is my personal opinion, and I'm sure you agree, which is why you haven't done a collar, is it looks more elegant.
I thought so.
Because if you put a collar on it, it immediately makes it just a pure day dress, doesn't it? If you had a
I
collar
just
on
love that neckline.
I think that neckline's very elegant, yes. Anyway, that's our opinion.
And
Nobody
I didn't do a collar on this one either. But you could.
Oh, hang on, say this again, Hannah. Oh... Just so you know, there's only 3 of these left. If you want this in a bundle, there are only 3 left. Only 3 of those left if you want that.
So now you start to get a feel of the way it drapes and the direction of the print.
OK, so what now? The next bit would be the facing, would it? Or
it would, yeah, and I've put an F.
So when you cut it out, make sure front and back facing, neck facings, look very, very similar, but they're not the same. So mark them up. You've got your iron-on interfacing in there as well.
I would label that too.
Label, yes, exactly.
And then there's no guesswork. And if you don't have an overlocker, a nice way of finishing the facing is to turn that under and just stitch it so it looks nice and neat. And this is a case of sewing and clipping.
Okay, while you do that, I'll show this. This is the iron-on interfacing. Metre to metre, we just had some new in, £2.95. A metre square. Oh, cracking minutes left. 12 minutes left.
Ooh.
Angela has asked, what is the material? Oh, right, Angela, it's on the web. We haven't got it in a bundle. You have to buy it by the half-metre increment. It's it's 50s Floral by Macawa. We've got a picture of it coming up in a minute, I think. Unfortunately, we tried to bundle it this morning, but we weren't able to, unless there's no management in at the weekends. There it is. You have to go to the web for it, though. It's £5.45 for half a metre. It's called the 50s Floral Fabric by Macawa. It's lovely, isn't it? There you go. That's the fabric, Angela, that we're using, that Jennifer's using to actually make hers with.
And I've stay stitched the neck. I think, like I nearly always say, if you're going to fit something, or even if you're not, stay stitch.
Yes.
And then it will prevent that neck from being stretched out of shape.
Yeah, and there's nothing worse, is there, when you see somebody with a really lovely round neck and it's all been pulled slightly out of.
And also this style, there's a notch at the centre back top, and you stitch down a short distance, and then the zip goes in below that.
Oh, okay.
So it's an over your head type of dress to get on and off.
So the pattern we're using here went very quiet then because everyone's picking on me today. £12.95. So the Clothkits 50s vintage tea dress just goes up to a size 16. Oh, Sandra, that was iron-on interfacing, my love. Did not say. Oh, yeah, iron-on interfacing. There you go. Iron-on interfacing for Sandra, cuffs, collars and facings. £2.95. You might have some, Sandra, you're a seamstress, a sewist. You might already have some in your stash. It's always good to have some in stock, though, because imagine getting halfway through a project thinking, oh, I've got no interfacing. How many of my fabric I've got left, my 7 bit?
So I've sewn all the way around the neck edge. And then it's the
snip.
Our favourite hairdresser's technique of clipping curves.
And you go all the way around because it's nearly all, apart from there, it's all on the bias, isn't it? All on the curve.
And I really recommend doing it like this.
Yeah.
Because when you've got so much now attached together, if you do it flat, I don't know, I don't find it, I suppose you could do it flat with your hand behind, but there's too much risk of catching other things.
Exactly.
So I find this is much better, and you can just work your way round the curve.
Yes.
And I'll make sure they're nice and close together and not too near the stitching, so a few millimetres away.
And also, like we said last time, once you've done, if you're frightened by the notching, do it, turn it through, and if it pulls or anything like that, then you can go back and do more notches,
It doesn't have to just be done in one go. I think there's a lot to be said for trying something and then turning it, checking it, doing a little more. Slow sewing at its best, just enjoying the process and making something beautiful.
Absolutely. So you know I said my next hour was florals. I've got some florals, I've got some plains, I've got some ginghams and some spots and some more patterns. And some, have I got a book? Oh no, I didn't think I had a book, no.
Taking those off as well.
Yeah.
That's the seam allowances that Jennifer's just snipped.
Just the excess that we don't want in that seam allowance, the neck seam allowance.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Jay's tried to talk to Hannah upstairs, but he's standing over there. So he's talking really quietly like this. And Hannah said, I can't hear him either, but...
A loud whisper.
No, it's because apparently they're on different... They're all supposed to be on different frequencies, but I can hear everything Hannah says, but I can't hear what Jay's saying. Anyway,
so
the magic of TV, not...
That would be turned inside and...
Now, is it top stitched?
Pressed. No,
just
it
pressed.
isn't. I think they recommend understitching, and I
Yes.
would. It makes
Especially in a soft fabric like that.
Yeah,
maybe, yes.
and when you've interfaced as well, if you understitch, which is making sure all those face that way and sewing just a few millimetres away on the wrong side. And
Would you do that after you've clipped and snipped, the understitching?
Yes, I think I would. Yeah. I don't always do things exactly the same way.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I vary it.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't give a
definitive
ponder
answer.
sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah. Or you could understitch first, couldn't you? That's
Yes, I was just thinking, because if you understitch, you could then just clip to the understitching.
You could indeed. Yes. I think I'll try that next time.
Okay. What other techniques were you going to show us today? Because we've only got four minutes left.
The zip needs to go into the back, and that would be... And now we've stabilised that, so that's nice on the bias. It's not going to stretch out of shape.
The zip on the pattern doesn't go right the way to the top, I noticed.
It doesn't, no. It goes to there, so it has to be... This is an over-your-head dress. You can't step into it.
Now, people at home are going to be saying, I don't like step into or over-the-head dresses. Could I get a longer zip and put it right the way to the top?
Yeah, right the way to the top. The only thing to bear in mind is on your facing pattern, just add a seam allowance. So it has a centre back on the back one.
Yes.
The front one would be exactly the same pattern piece. The back one you would add 2 centimetres.
I just think it'd be easier to get in and out of, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
if the zip went to the top?
I kind of prefer when the zips go all the way to the top. It's just a personal thing. But they've chosen to design it like this.
Yeah. So the zip goes to the waist, to the waist and beyond.
It's 50 centimetre dress zip that goes all the way there, and then the facings would be slip stitched.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. You've got plenty of time.
Seam allowances would be neatened, and the facings would be just neatly slip stitched.
So you wouldn't do a chain. You wouldn't do a chain stitch. You'd actually do a slip stitch.
I think I'd slip stitch them. Yeah, just a couple of neat stitches attaching.
So you're attaching the facing to the seam allowance
after the neck edge has been pressed.
Oh
so
yes,
you can make sure that is in exactly the right place, and leaving it to hang if you're using the narrower width fabric, so that bias you can see what happens to it, how much it drops, and it can be nicely levelled off.
And how would you do that hem? I know we glanced on it briefly earlier, but it really is a circular bias hem, isn't it?
So I've found with experience that turning up a few millimetres and sewing, so it's a 2-process hem.
Yeah.
I've turned it up and I've sewn it, and then I've turned it up and I've sewn it, and I found I did that with that, and I didn't get any roping, as I call it, at all.
Okay, and if you wanted to, you could machine stitch the first one.
Yeah.
And then that gives you a solid edge then if you wanted to hand stitch.
Yes.
I mean, obviously it's going to take a lot longer, so it's a full circle.
Well, that would be more 50s.
Yes.
To have a deep hem, to be honest. It wouldn't... I've done narrow hem.
Yes.
But yes. And also you could do an ease stitch, so that brings that in.
Yes.
Like that. Yeah. Yeah, that
I just think in this day and age, we're so used to everything being machined, aren't we, and everything. But
yeah, I did that just so it was a neat hem.
Do you know what we need to do? We need to do a lace petticoat to go underneath it, don't we? Not lace, net petticoat to go underneath it.
Yeah.
Right, very quickly, the pattern. Jennifer's back in tomorrow, by the way, so don't worry, we're not shooing her off out of the building. She's got some more to do tomorrow. The pattern, £12.95. It's a Clothkits 50s vintage tea dress. It's the sewing pattern, obviously. Sizes 8 to 16. £12.95. Obviously, we've done it without a collar, but there is an option to put a Peter Pan collar on it or a little pointy collar on it. It's just really lovely. Now, what we've done for the £12, that's £12.95 for the pattern alone. You might want to buy the pattern and make it out of your own fabric. That's absolutely fine. We've got 3 fabrics here that we are not suggesting, but offering up as suggestions. Now, I've only got a couple of these left.
It's the Seven-berry fabric, which is what the sample is made out of there. Really, now the thing is, you might not want the pattern, you might love the fabric. You can get 3 metres of this fabric for £29.95. Isn't it lovely? Really lovely. Made in Japan for Seven-berry. It's a really, really lovely quality cotton, that one. So that's the £29.95, but there are only a couple of those left. Have a look at the still of it, with the dress made out of it, the front and the back there. Then I've got the Joel Dewberry, which is lovely, this one. This is very, you see, this would be very, well, they all are actually. They're all empathetic to the times, aren't they? Very 1950s. Second most popular, this one. Joel Dewberry Rose Bouquet, 3 metres of fabric for £36.95. Again, you don't need to have it to make this dress. You might want it for something else, but you're getting a good deal. 3 metres for £36.95. Remember, if you've got it in your basket, please make sure you check out. I don't want anyone to miss out. I only tell you because I don't like people being disappointed. It's not adding undue pressure or anything. I just don't want anyone to be disappointed when they come. Because what happens is if we've got 10 of them in stock and 11 of you got them in your basket, the first 10 will get it when they check out. And then when the 11th person checks out, it'll be out of stock. Sorry, out of stock. So that is the Joel Dewberry Rose Bouquet fabric there. And then the frou-frou. This is lovely. Very essence of Liberty, I'd say. Do you know, like the Liberty lawns upstairs? When we did Seven Brides, talk about Seven Brides, Seven Brothers, when we did Seven Brides, Seven Brothers the first time, Hugh Durrant was the costume designer, and he used all Liberty fabrics for all the girls' dresses. Really, really lovely. It's a frou-frou fleurie. £53.95 for 3 metres of that. Really, really lovely quality. It's slightly lighter weight, this one, so it would give the dress more movement. There'd be more of a wafting, wouldn't there, in that one?
Yeah, almost feels like lawn.
It's like a lawn, but a little bit more substance there. So, Jennifer, thank you so much yet again. Now, you're back tomorrow. Don't tell us what you're making, because it's a surprise, but is it made?
Yeah,
Oh, so she's got the afternoon off?
Absolutely.
Well, have a lovely afternoon. Oh, I'm just being told where you're going for the afternoon. Very nice. I shan't tell you in case you all stalk her there. But it's in Birmingham, and there's flowers, I think. Anyway, don't go anywhere, because I'm back in 3 minutes' time with more fabrics. So if the fabrics I've shown you so far haven't been what you want, then I've got more fabrics coming up in the next hour. So don't go anywhere. Jennifer's off now for a nice cup of tea. You can make a cup of tea as well, and join me back here in 3 minutes from now.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts.
There are many ways you can watch Sewing Quarter. We are live every day on Freeview Channel 78 and online at sewingquarter.com from 8 a.m. till 12 noon. But if you've missed a show, don't worry. There are 2 easy ways to catch up. The first is through our website, www.sewingquarter.com, where we repeat that morning's shows throughout the day. On the homepage, you'll see our video stream. Click on the video to hear sound and see a list of the products that we have shown in that day's shows. The second way to catch up is on our YouTube channel. All our shows are kept on YouTube, so if you buy a product and want to see the demonstration again, you can. Go to www.youtube.com/Sewing Quarter, where you'll find all our shows listed by date. Select your preferred date, then, using the description beneath the video, jump to the hour you want to watch. Then you can pause, rewind, play, and skip your way to the bits that you want to watch again. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @SewingQuarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. Join us on Monday the 24th of April and Tuesday the 25th of April, where Jo Carter will be bringing 3 of her cuddly creations with her. Monday at 10 a.m, Jo will be featuring the adorable bear in a bag toy. Then on Tuesday, Jo will be bringing her popular big-eared bunny back in new fabrics and introducing a new lovable penguin. So join Jo and her cuddly pals on Monday the 24th and Tuesday the 25th of April, only at Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us. Now, I've got a lovely array here, all different colours on my table. Some you've seen before today. Jay's just folding the ones from the last hour. I've got the patterns from the from Jennifer's 2 hours, and I've got other patterns to show you as well. But before I start, I've got a question, apparently, about the first pattern that was on. Oops. Oh, okay, what size does it go up to? It goes up to a size 20. Whoever's just asked, it's this one here. Now, it's we better show it to you on a still because we made it in the plain fabric. It goes up to, I'll turn it round for you, it goes up to a size 20, but you see these measurements on here, they are your body measurements. So it goes up to a size 20. Oh, just get the focus there. 40 inches, 112 centimetres, 40, oh no, yeah. Oh, no, hang on. 112. That's 44, isn't it? Hang on. I'll just double check. That's what it's made of. 112 centimetres. Yeah, 44 inches. 44 inches. That's your measurement. You don't really need your waist and your hip for that, do you? Because it just flares out from there. So the largest size of the pattern is a 44-inch bust, your measurement, not that measurement. And you can make it, you see, from 2.5 metres of the 112 width fabric, or 2 metres of the 150 centimetre wide fabric. Lovely, isn't it? If you saw that fabric there on the dress, you want to see it again? Oh, see it again. That's the damson fabric. Now, remember, we bundled it up for you so that you got 2.5 metres of the fabric. Very, very popular. In fact, I'll take you through all the bundles. Before I do my florals, I might take you through all the bundles we had earlier. Lots of questions. Yeah. This is the damson with the thread for £16.95. 2.5 metres, Makua, solid fabric bundle, really, really lovely. That's what that dress... Could you just show the still of the dress again while I just sort my table out? That's the still of the dress there. There we go. And I'll put that at the front of my table there. So that is the damson. Right, we also had it in other colours, right? Shall we go in the colours that I find them, or are you going to shout out the name? Okay, we'll do me, because this is the ones I reach first. This is the aqua. This was one of Hannah's favourites. She had 2 favourites. Right, this is the aqua. Again, you get 2.5 metres of the fabric, solid fabric. And you get the thread for £16.95. That's a really, really lovely colour. Are you making a saving by buying it as a bundle? Now, you don't have to buy it to make that top. You might be looking at that top going, oh, I'd look a right mess in that top, John Scott. I'm not wearing that. You could buy it for other reasons. Have it as your blender for a quilt. There's 2.5 metres there. 2.5 metres there. Then we move on to the Mauve Mist, which is a really lovely, subtle colour. Now, it's very... be lovely against your flesh tones, that, because it's going to warm your flesh tones. But really, really nice, isn't it? So that is the Mauve Mist. 2.5 metres. Plus your reel of thread for £16.95. It's got 3 more colours to show you in the solid spectrums. Navy blue is next. Now, it is a very, very dark navy. This is the one that Jennifer used to make her one out during the show. This is a very, very dark, rich navy blue with the navy blue thread. 2.5 meters of the fabric. Up! I thought I was playing, what's that thing when you... Tiddlywinks. Navy blue solid fabric. 2.5 meters of fabric. So what's the matter, Hannah? £16.95. Two more colours. Oh, now look, Jay, you haven't folded those properly. They're all different sizes. Jay, do you know what? We have to write you a reference note when we get rid of you. Here we go. I've already done a template for it ready. Jay, what can I say? Vienna orange, this. Vienna orange. This is Hannah's #1 favourite, but please don't let that put you off. So 2.5 meters of the fabric and the thread for £16.95. Aren't they lovely colours? Really lovely colours. Right, keep looking at that because the emerald green's miles away and I can't reach it. And I've got a clicky knee today for some reason. It might be because I'm old, Hannah. Thank you. They're so horrible to me. Yes, Hannah.McCabe at... Yes, that's fine. Here we go. Emerald green. Don't have to look at my Instagram to know you are, Hannah. Emerald green solid. 2.5 meters with a lovely darker... that's like the Emerald City green, that one, isn't it? Very much like, if you've been to see Wicked. Oh, you have to see it, Hannah. It's beautiful. It's a fantastic musical. £16.95 for 2.5 meters. 2.5 meters of fabric and the roller thread, reader thread, £16.95. So they're my solid fabrics I had in the earlier hour when we made the lovely swing top. They called it a swing frock. Oh, we'll have a look at it, shall we? There we go. Right, so that's what we made out of those solid fabrics. Very, very popular. But as I say, if you don't want to make those, then there's... you can use that fabric as for quilting, blending, whatever you want to do. Then in the last hour, we had a dress that we made. Oh, now, this was the dress that Jennifer had already made, wasn't it, this one? Now, I think there's 1 or 2 of these left now, the bundles. Made a bundle of 3 meters of the fabric. 3 meters of that fabric. Oh, right. I've got 2 of those left now. I've got 2 of the bundles left. If you want that 7-berry pink floral bundle, £29.95 for 3 meters. Now, also, we made that lovely 1950s tea dress out of that. That pattern is £12.95. Goes up to size 16. Thank you, by the way, for all your messages to Hannah about the sort of same dress style in bigger sizes. She'll give that all to the buying department. Okay? That's lovely. So then, we had this one, the Joel Dewberry. This is nice, isn't it? Rose bouquet, this one. Again in a bundle of 3 meters. Isn't that lovely? Really, really rich, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful colours. There we go. £36.95 for 3 meters of that fabric. We bundled it up for you so you could use it to make that dress. But obviously, if you just want 3 meters of that gorgeous fabric... Lovely, isn't it? I love the way the roses pop out from the background of that one. £36.95 for 3 meters. And then last but not least in that show, we had the Frou-Frou Fleury. Just the one. Oh, I think I might have more I've got more Frou-Frou in this hour coming up. Oh, I'm tired. Oh! This one's the second most favourite of the hour, this one. Graphics coming in. Frou Fleury, you're getting 3 metres for £53.95. It's just exquisite, isn't it? It's that lovely, lovely ditzy print with the purples and the pinks and the blues and the greens in there. Very, very sophisticated. If you were to make that lovely 50s tea dress out of this, it would just be stunning, wouldn't it? Fabric £53.95. In number 2 place, this one. In second place, this one at the moment in that show. The other fabric that we showed you, which was the 50s floral, you'll need to go to the website, the one that Jennifer was using. You'll need to go to the website to find that one, because we didn't have a bundle. Right, what would you like? The other cloth kits pattern. Look at this. This is nice. We didn't know we had this. Jay's just brought this to the table. Maybe we weren't supposed to have this. I think we should be making this one. This is the All Seasons shift dress. £12.95. That's very arty. She's got the same tights on that she had on in another photo shoot, that lady, but she's got some very big scissors. Let me just show you what size. It goes up to a size 20, this one. And you need 2.5 metres of our fabric, 2.5 metres of fabric. So would work with the bundles well, work with both bundles. Would work with both bundles, wouldn't it? Up to size 20, you only need 2.5 metres of the narrow fabric. You will need to buy a zip. You need to buy a zip, and you need to buy thread. But if you go for the first bundle, you get the thread in there. This is it. It's a very simple shape. Look, it's got bust darts in it. It's got pockets, if you want to put pockets in. Okay, Hannah would make that in the orange from the first hour. The bright orange from the first hour. I'd be tempted to make it in the Joel Dewberry, the rose bouquet. That's the orange going across the bottom there. So you see, you only need 2.5 metres. That's it there. That's basically it there. So it's just be very simple. You don't have to cut 3 pieces out, or all your pockets as well. You've got 2 bust darts. So what you should do is tack the bust darts in first of all, and check they're in the right place. Nothing worse than when these are pointing in the wrong direction. Little zip in the back there. And let's see what size zip you need. You need a 50 centimetre zip. Oh, right, that looks... it's not realism, the picture. The zip would be much longer than that. But the zip does go right to the top in that one. So I'm saying make this out of this. Be nice, wouldn't it? So that's the Joel Dewberry bundle there, £36.95. See, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it? I think. Right, okay. So if you want that pattern, that's £12.95. That is the all-season shift dress, that one. Right, shall we get... all right, we're starting with the fabric from this hour. Where shall I start? Oh, do you know? Oh, no, I was talking about this one earlier. Could you get me... In one of the shows, I had some fabric, and I said, we've got ecru, which would go nicely with that. Was it the Deers one? Maybe. I want to get that one out, because I love that one, yeah. Right. Oh, I don't know where to start. There's a fabric here I've never seen before. Excuse me. Look, I've not seen this one before. Hannah's seen it in the office, she said. I think that's so fresh. Is that the same as that Sevenberry fabric? I mean, obviously it's Sevenberry. Let me just get the red one out that we made the dress out of. It is? Oh, now. I love this. I do love the red. Or the pink. But that green is gorgeous, isn't it? No, I've never seen that one before. I've not seen that one before. I think that's lovely. That is really, really lovely.
It is like a watercolour painting, isn't it? For some reason, it's not quite as bold as the... I mean, I love the red and pink, don't get me wrong. I do love the red and pink one. But that dress that Jennifer made in this fabric would just look exquisite, wouldn't it? You'd need 3 meters of it to make the... 6 units you'd need of that to make that tea dress. Oh, I think we're going to keep that out. I love that. Oh, that is beautiful. I'll show you what's underneath it later. Right, let's look at the frou-frou. Let's look at the frou-frou fabrics now. Now, which one's first, Hannah? I'll go with this one. Oh, no, that's Severnberry, sorry. No, that's Severnberry, frou-frou. This is the big flower. I'll show you the 2 frou-frou I've got. This is nice. This is lovely. Again, if you were going to make any of the pieces we've shown you today, £9.95 for half a metre. Love the print. Beautiful, beautiful print, isn't it? Can I have the cocoa bloom from earlier as well, please? £9.95 is the frou-frou fleury. This is colour 20. This one actually has a colour on it. Colour 20, £9.95 for half a metre. What would you make at that? You see, I think this is a very versatile fabric. You should make a really lovely tea dress for yourself, but also a little girl in a little dungaree dress or a little pinafore dress. Do you know what? I'll tell you what. You know that new clothkits pattern? I'll show you the other frou-frou and then I'll go to that. My mind's running ahead of myself here. This is the other frou-frou. This is nice. This is lovely. Now, I think this is Helen Mirren, isn't it? This one. Didn't I name this one Helen Mirren? Oh, okay. This one wasn't the Helen Mirren. The cocoa bloom, that's Tropicana, that one. £9. Has Jay not got a computer where he can look things up in his room? £9.95. This is colour 1. Now, it looks like raspberry mousse, doesn't it, that one? You can tell we start talking about food about this time in this hour because we're all so hungry. I think that's lovely. That's really, really lovely. £9.95 for half a metre. What would you make out of that one? Well done. That's lovely. Now, before I show you the rest of my fabrics from this hour, I want to show you that pattern again. Oh, there's 2 patterns. Where's it gone? This. It'll be here somewhere. There. Right, see this pattern, right? How lovely would this shift dress look in this new fabric today? How lovely would it look in that? That one's called Amy Butler, Oh Dear. Wouldn't that look lovely? Wouldn't that look fantastic? So you'd need 2.5 metres. That's £6.95 for half a metre. Pattern £12.95. Or if you didn't want that, it would look amazing in this, wouldn't it? If you think about it, that's the cocoa bloom in the pine. £6. That now, that's my favourite. Let me just go to the orange one now. That without of that would look incredible, wouldn't it? I'm obviously in a very green mood today. Doesn't that look lovely? Doesn't that look lovely? And then, I haven't got it here. You know the duck egg blue linear one that we had earlier? I'd trim it with that. Nice. Duck egg blue linear. Jay, I'll do that afterwards because Jay will be ages getting it. Right. Okay, back to my desk's going to be like this by the time I finish, isn't it? Back to my fabrics from today. Let me just fold that one. Well, they're all fabrics from today. I just want you to see as much as possible, that's all. I'm getting a bit over what's it? I do love that. Yeah. Right.
That one goes there, that one goes there. Right, let's do this one next then. The big blue floral. Now you see, the dress that Jennifer made would look lovely in this, wouldn't it? Really lovely in this. Don't you think? Don't you think that would look lovely in that? It's a lovely lightweight fabric. Really look at the waftability. Now, if you're standing in the, like we had the dress there and it was being wafted by the air conditioning, that'd be lovely because it has such movement, such fluidity. £5.95. Oh, it's just called Sevenberry print. Has no other name. Has no other name. And making the vintage tea dress out of it would be exquisite, wouldn't it? Just called Sevenberry print, yeah? I know. That's why I'm reading it, Hannah. Oh, Hannah's voice is going. Or her voice is breaking, one of the two. Right, so, now, 1950s polka dot. You can't go wrong, can you? Now, we do have this spot-on fabric in every colour imaginable on the web. They've given me teal today. They've given me the teal to show you today. There's so many things. I'm just trying to decide what I'd team that with. You see, these two would look lovely together, wouldn't they? I am going a little bit bold now, but look, 1950s, that would be beautiful, wouldn't it? So the one across the bottom is the Joel Drury Rose Bouquet. That's this one. That's the spot-on in teal fabric by Macawa. That's lovely, isn't it? Really, really nice mix there. Gorgeous fabrics. So I'll just fold that one back. Oh, I've got a question from Alison. Go ahead, Alison. Yes, this one. It's kind of halfway between the two, look, Alison. Alison's asking, is it A-line or is it straight down? It's more A-line than straight down, I'd say. Look. It's like a shift. Well, it is a shift. All-season shift dress. So it's kind of a... But you know what? If you wanted to make it wider, you could do that. It's not difficult with that one because you just extend that one out if you wanted to. It hasn't got a drop. It hasn't got a length of it there. Pattern size 18 to 20. Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. You're all going crazy for this one. I've never seen it before. I've never seen it before. It's what? Oh, I love it. It's got a kind of linen. If you're thinking of the feel, it has a kind of like open weave linen feel to it. Oh, well, it's going to be the same as the red dress earlier. It's going to look like the red dress, isn't it? If you make it up into something, it's going to look like the red dress, isn't it? Oh, I do love that. It's something fresh and clean about that, isn't it? Oh, Jay's making notes. Maybe bridesmaids in this, Jay? I was only having one bridesmaid. £5. Oh, Hannah, that's nice. She'd be more of a matron of honour than a bridesmaid, wouldn't she? If you're buying units of this to make that dress from earlier, was it 3 metres? 3 metres you need. 6 units. Oh, it is exquisite. I love the colours. Let me just look it up against it. Look. Ooh. Oh, now it has been on. It must have been with Natasha. No, Natasha must have had it. I've not had it before. I love it. I absolutely love it. What's that? Apparently you could see me smiling then behind the fabric. I think that's beautiful. That could even be my favourite of the day. That could become my favourite of the day. Do you know who'd look nice in that? Remember the girl we used to work with called Catherine? Yeah. She had really lovely Titian hair. £5.95 for half a metre. Be beautiful. Oh, actually, our Ginger Mike could look nice wearing this as well.
She's Titian, he's Ginger. Lovely. Right. Hang on, I haven't finished showing you my fabrics that I meant to show you. Wait a minute. No. I'll tell you what I need. I need like a washing line across the back where I could put the... No. It looked gorgeous. It looked like a photo shoot from Vogue. Hannah doesn't know what Vogue is, you see. Right, okay, so I've got ginghams here. I've got some ginghams here. Now, Hannah was saying she was watching a daytime TV programme the other day, and they said ginghams were back in fashion. Who was the fashion expert? Oh, honestly, was it early in the morning? Was it mid-morning? Was it afternoon? Oh, so was it Gok? Wasn't Gok. He was on there yesterday or the day before? Yes. Look. Now, this gingham is printed on the fabric. Now, last time we showed you this, I mean, I can see a gingham on there. Last time, or one of the times we showed you this at the beginning, everyone kept saying, oh, it was just plain pink fabric, isn't it? That's definitely a gingham. What you mustn't do is you mustn't cut. When you're cutting a straight line, don't trust any fabric that's printed. Don't trust the straight line. If it was a woven gingham, I was looking to see then if I had a gingham shirt on today, but I haven't. If it was a woven gingham, then you're fine because you can follow the lines. But if it's a printed gingham, like the tulips, the 50s fabric earlier, don't trust the line of the printing. This is saying to me, little girl's summer dress, to me. £4.95 for half a metre. It's cute, isn't it? Really cute. But if you're going to trim anything with it, if you're going to use it as a trim for anything, look nice, won't it? Right. I've got a blue gingham next. I love folding fabric. Well, especially ones that haven't been messed up by Jay. Right, look at this. Blue gingham now. Still say little girls' summer dresses. It's like a bright blue, isn't it? Like a sky blue, that one. Oh, light blue, there you go. £4.95 for half a metre. Gingham, very much. Never goes out of fashion, gingham. Let me put my hand into shot. It's a very tiny gingham, look. Anna Green Gables, Hannah's saying. I think I only watched the one where she dyed her hair green. Didn't it used to be on a Sunday afternoon? Oh, well, in my day it was, not your day, yeah. All right. Right, then I've got two Spectrum Solids here to show you. Oh, okay, this is the ivory. I thought this was ecru. This is ivory. Right, now, just so you know, in real life, it's more cream than ivory. I would always say ivory goes to the grey side of white. This is definitely the clotted cream side of white. I always go, oh, now on your telly it looks ivory, you see, but in real life it does look cream. It does look creamy. £3.25 for half a metre. Now, whenever we show the creams, the ivories, the whites, the antique whites, they always flare because everyone loves them as a blender. Not to cook, but a blender with your patchworking. The only word I could think of then was microwave, and I was like, no, it doesn't go with your microwave. It's lovely, isn't it? Just a staple, ivory, good quality, fantastic for your stash. Look beautiful, trim using it. Now, look, imagine trimming this or doing a piping for this with that. See, doesn't that look lovely? Does all the other way around, of course, all the other way around. Let's do it like... Hang on, wait, look at that. If you did the piping or the binding... Oh, yes. This is saying summer weddings to me now. Look. See what I mean? Nice. So this is the Spectrum Solid fabric by Makua in ivory. £3.25 for half a metre. This one, though,
That's the Seven Berries fabric. Oh, there you go, linen green. This is a linen. Linen green. Whoops. I'm just feeling, no, I'm just feeling, it's almost the same. The pink one and red one didn't say, oh, it was in a bundle, so it might not have said linen. I do love it. I do love this fabric. It is just fresh and gorgeous and lovely, isn't it? Everything about that, I love that. That's £5.95 for half a metre. And then I've only got one other solid fabric to show you, which doesn't go with that one, but it goes there. We'll just stay on that shot for a little while. Lilac, it's called. Isn't that lovely? No, stay there, Jay. Jay came round. I dropped a pattern, so rather than letting me pick it up, Jay came round to pick it up, and he bent down to pick it up, and then they cut the shot to the main table, and he was stuck underneath my table. Anyway, this one is what called? Lilac. Okay, if you go to the web, it does look a different colour on the web. This is your lilac, though. Or as my friend Caroline Lindsay says, lilac. Cherry blossoms, lilac. Oh, kunzite, that's what we're talking about, isn't it? Lilacs, cherry blossoms. £3.25. It's a lovely colour, though. Oh, does it? This would look lovely mixed with your mauve mist or your... I'll get them, right? If you mix this... Look, you see, this is the lilac. This is the mauve mist from earlier. And this, that's in a bundle. Oh, Jay, just rolled off the edge. Okay, that's mauve mist there. I'll move that one away. But look at those two together then. Damson. That's nice, isn't it? The damson one is lovely, isn't it? And don't forget the damson one comes with a reel of thread. You get through it. Now, this is a bundle. This is where it gets a bit confusing. This is a bundle. So this is 2.5 metres of fabric and the thread for £16.95. This one here is your lilac, which you can buy any amount from half a metre upwards for £3.25 half a metre. See, those two look lovely together. Do you know what I'm just about to do? This might confuse you a bit. Look, those three colours look gorgeous together, don't they? So this is the ivory one, this one here. Sorry if I'm confusing you, putting too many... Don't they look lovely together? Let me just move it like that so you can't see the edges. There you go. I think they look lovely together. So this one here is the lilac. Oh, that's the lilac again. This one here is the ivory. Those two there are both £3.25 for half a metre. This one here, which is the not on your screen at all at the moment. I'll take that one. That's a bundle where you take two and they look lovely together. Those two, don't they? So I'm loving that. Now I've made a right mess of my table. I've got more patterns to show you. I've got another pattern to show you, which I love. Hang on a sec, which you're going to love as well. Is the gingham on both sides? No, it's not on both sides because it's printed. I'll show you. Oh, there we go. That's the back. That's the front. So it's not printed on the back. Goes through slightly, but you wouldn't use the wrong side really for that, would you? Because it's a printed one. So if it was a woven one, then it'd be on both sides. But because it's a print, it's not on both sides. That's the gingham pink fabric for £4.95 for half a metre. Now I've got another pattern to show you here. Ooh, so much going on. I know exactly what's going on. Thank you very much indeed. I'm with you. There you go. Right. Pattern. New pattern. I love this. It's another shift dress. I don't know what they call it. It's a McCall's this time. Tunic. Now, there are different sizes, right? This one, first of all, there's two different sizes. This is the small. Okay, I could do the other one because they're both here. 4 to 14, that's the small one there that I'm showing you there. What you've got in there, you've got A, which is like a kaftan top. You've got B, which is like a flared tunic. Now, Jennifer Taylor wears this all the time, wears these all the time, right? And then C is the same one with the sleeves in. And then D is like your maxi dress, maxi kaftan, which, you know what? That would look lovely. You know the batik fabric we had the other day? Wouldn't that look lovely out of the batik fabric? That would be beautiful. This is £8.95. So this is the size 4 to 14. Right, let me have a look. Oh, the measurements are normally on the inside, I think, aren't they? Oh, no, here you go. I've got, the extra small is 4 to 6. The small is 8 to 10. What size is this one go? And then the medium is 12 to 14. So the extra small is 30 bust. The small is 32 bust. And the medium is 35 bust. And then that's for that pattern. And then we also have the same pattern in the next size up. So this one will go. Aren't they? I love this. Won't you? I like that one as well. 16 to 26 goes up to sizes at 16 to 26. Now, for the ladies who missed out on that tea dress earlier, this is lovely, isn't it? Especially with the little sleeves in like that. So 16 to 26 is, the large 16 to 18 is 38 to 40 bust. Extra large is 20 to 22, that's 42 to 44 bust. And the XXL is the 24 to 26, 46 to 48 inch bust. You don't need to ask at the call centre when you ring through. You either want this one, which is the 16 to 26, or you want the other one, which is the 4 to 14. Janice made something from this pattern. No, it can't have been me. I made this one with Janice, the one I'm coming to next. But is this one made in the other room? Oh, okay. Oh, apparently Janice made it and wore it home, so we've not seen it since. So that's beautiful. Which one did she make then? That? Oh, she's been given a lot of V-necks to make, hasn't she? I love it. I love all of those. Anyway, £8.95 for the bundle. Which fabric would you make it out of? Those. Oh, do you know what? Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. How beautiful is that going to look? How summery, how fresh. I like that. That's the Severnberry linen green floral print, £5.95. Oh, that is lovely. How much would you need? What size? Right, hang on a sec. Right, the smallest size you'd need, so you can range between the smallest sizes. So this is where I get a bit confused now. So let's talk about the longest one in the smallest size. Right, oh, this is in yards, not me. Oh no, I've got meters on the other side. 1.5 meters is the minimum that you'd need, and the most that you'd need is 3.7 meters. So 3.7 meters for D. That one, yeah. So 3.7 meters for D are the largest size you'd need. 3.2 meters for C is the largest size. 2.7 meters for B, and 2 meters for A. I love it. So remember, that's the one you're seeing there is the 16 to 26. Do you know what? You could make a whole summer wardrobe from that, couldn't you? Because you could wear this with your jeans or your shorts. You could wear this as a little day dress and everything. That's a day dress. That one's such a sweet dress, isn't it? I mean, that one basically has got the sleeves in, so if you don't like your sleeves, you could always adapt those sleeves and put short sleeves in if you wanted to, but I quite like the little flared sleeves in that one. And then, of course, you've got that one, which is such a sweet day dress. And then, do you know what it's like? It's like the scooter dress. It's a bit like the scooter dress that Jennifer made the other day. That one is there. And then if you wanted a maxi dress, my friend Sheila, the model, she lives the whole summer in her maxi dresses. £8.95 for that pattern. Wouldn't wear those shoes with it, mind you. Nice. Right, there is another pattern. Very quickly. Now, Janice has made this one with me. Again, it comes in the 2 sizes. This one's a Vogue, very easy. Vogue pattern. There we go. So that's the first one. Small and medium. I'll tell you the sizes for small. $11.95 this. Well, it actually goes from extra small. Is that the right one? I've got extra... Oh, no. I tell a fib. Hang on. No, I've got extra small, small, medium. Okay, right. This goes from an extra small, just not up on the graphics. That size is 4 to 6, small 8 to 10, and medium 12 to 14. £11.95. Now this does come up generous because remember Janice made one for herself and it kept falling off. I had to keep rearranging her when she wore it. She made the long sleeve one there, but not with the alternative colour. She made this one here. So that is the small, extra small, small and medium for £11.95. Also comes in the large, extra large and XXL. So this one goes from a 16 to a 26. There you go. That's a 16 to a 26, that one is. £11.95. I just spin it round so you can see all the alternatives on the back there. That would be lovely in a drapey. Oh, well, any of these fabrics look lovely in. Or the solid. Oh, do you know what? You could do it in a solid and then have a contrasting colour down the front, couldn't you? See what I mean? See, because this panel, you make the neckline and this panel separate. So in that one, they've obviously done a black contrast. And these two, they've saved it the same fabric. But imagine if you used Hannah's two favourite colours, the orange and the aqua together, maybe. I've lost Hannah completely now. Oh, she's there. £11.95. Oh, she's changed her mind now. Oh, she put the orange and the navy together. I'll show you those now. Oh, that would look nice. Which way round would you do it? Bulk, orange, and the trim navy? It's very flattering to have a dark stripe down the middle of you. Yeah, Hannah. Yeah. So Hannah would do this, you see. Hannah would put this colour and this colour together. So these are bundles, right? These are bundles. Oh, hang on. I have to make sure you've got enough fabric before I say that. Yes, you've got two, you've got loads, but you need to make sure you've got enough of the right each one. So I'm looking at B. So the largest size, oh yeah, no, you'd be all right. If you bought two bundles, you get 2.5 metres. If you're only buying one colour, you won't have enough for the extra, extra large. That's all, because that's 2.6 metres. So the navy is across the bottom. So Hannah would do the bulk of it in the navy and then have the orange stripe down the front. So she wouldn't mind looking like a football team. I think the other way around would look elegant. £11.95. So there's the orange one going across. It's Vienna orange, that. Vienna orange. We had a couple of oranges today, haven't we? That's the Vienna orange going across the bottom there at £11.95. Now, what storage do you want to see, did you say? Oh, OK. Let me put some of my fabric away. If you're thinking about fabrics to buy that go together, this is my favourite fabric of the day. Not that I'm allowed fabrics. Not that I'm allowed to have favourites, but this is my favourite combination. Oh, I'll tell you about that in a minute. That's my favourite combination today. Somebody wants to see the large storage box. These are flying out. People are multi-buying. You get 27... room for 27 spools in there. Gucciman thread. Holder. £6.45. Just have a look at that because I'll show you what they look like inside. Oh, just look at me from behind like that. Look. Imagine having your storage like that. They're going to look fantastic, aren't they? £6.45. These always sell well. These always sell incredibly well, these boxes. Because, first of all, you've got the really, really good quality plastic they're made of. I'm saying plastic, I don't know, it might be called something else. The top fits on nicely like that. But also, that you can stack them. So that you can stack them, can't you? So they look so lovely. So there, £6.45. Holds 27 threads in that one. People are multi-buying because you can stack them as well, look. This is the smaller one, obviously. You can stack them. So, for £6.45, holds 27 threads. I'll put that right way. And isn't that brilliant? It's just brilliant. It'd be a lovely gift. So 27 of those. Now, that's the bigger one. That's the bigger one. I've also got it in the smaller. If you're travelling, like if you're one of our experts or you're travelling to class or something like that, and you just want to take a few threads with you, this has still got 18 in it, hasn't it? This has still got 18 threads in it. But it's lightweight, solid. Maybe put your summer threads in there, Hannah says. Seasonal thread boxes, she's saying, which is quite well because I've got a summer loft coming up in a second. That one's £5.45. Okay. Do you want to see the threads now? Oh, you do. Now remember, I've only got a couple of these left. I'm limited on the spool thread. Now. Right. Spool. What did I say? What did I say? Because my brain moves faster than my mouth, you see, that's the problem. Right, this one is called Summer Loft. And you get really gorgeous greens, lemons, blue, lilac, pink and white. 7 of them for £8.95. Such a brilliant buy. Such a brilliant buy. It's Gootermann Sew All, so it's brilliant for all you're saying. Summer Loft, thread pack. Now, what would you sew with this one with it? I think I'd save one of those for it. Have a look. Let's have a look. You could use that one. Can you see that? Oh, I can't even see that. Oh. You could use that one. Yeah. You could do. But obviously that's out of the kit. You don't just get that one on its own. So that's Summer Loft. I've also got... what? That wasn't French. French Cottage. No one understands Hannah in English or French. Isn't that lovely? Beautiful colours in there. Green, silver, blue, lavender, cyclamen, rose, and marigold. They say if you've got marigolds in your garden, you'll never be poor. I know. I need to get some. I had some when I used to live in London. I haven't got any here. I have to get some of those. £8.95. They're this colour. You get French marigolds, which are it's not a gardening show. It's not a gardening show. I'm not going to talk about different fabrics. Right, and then last but not least, I've got Fenton House. Look, white, rust. Oh, no, not rust. What am I saying? I'm ever so sorry. I don't mean rust at all. White, red, green, blue, pink, dark lavender and pale pink. Rust's not in there at all. I do apologise. Oh, is my dinner ready, Jay? Is my lunch ready? Egg and chips. I want egg, chips and beans today with a pot of tea, please. £8.95. Right, okay. And then, I thought there was something else on that side. No, that's it now on that side. I'll just put those away there. The spool rack, the 60-thread spool rack, is very, very limited. There's like 2 or 3 left of those. Oh, might even have gone. So where do I go now? Oh, there are 2 left. There are 2 left of the 60-thread spool rack, if you want that. I don't know where to go. Let me show you this one, because I love these 2 fabrics together. Look at this, right? Cocoa Bloom in the pine. Right, that's lovely. And on its own, that's lovely, isn't it? That's £6.95 for half a metre. But I have teamed it in my wisdom. They're all laughing again. With that, which is the linen texture fabric by McCarran Duck Egg, £4.95 half metre. Don't they look lovely together? Don't they look absolutely beautiful together? I know. Duck Egg blue. It's a very nice, it's a very exquisite, beautiful blue, that one. And then, of course, we've got that cocoa blue. Now, if you're a bit frightened by pattern, you could use that as your main, and then you could trim it with that, so it's not quite so in your face. Do you know what I mean? They're beautiful, those two fabrics together. Right, let me go through the bundles that we had in the first round, then I can start putting those away. I'm tidying up now, so it's easier for Jay when we finish, right? So, have I got an empty trolley, Jay? Would you like to wheel in an empty trolley so I can put it all in? Stop it. End of playtime, tidying up at the end of playtime. Navy blue. You get 2.5 metres of the navy blue with the thread for £16.95. Now remember, we used a solid colour to make the swing, well, they call it a swing frock, but it was a swing top, wasn't it, from the first hour today with Jennifer. I'll show you that pattern again in a momento. But that's the navy blue. So you get the 2.5 metres of the fabric, and you get the reel and thread for £16.95. A very, very dark, rich navy blue, that one. Okay, let's put that one away. Then, Hannah's favourite, Vienna orange. The quality of this cotton is brilliant, by the way. Absolutely brilliant. You know that because you've already bought it. Vienna orange. Vienna orange, 2.5 metres with the thread, £16.95. Just getting rid of the fluff there. Okay, that's the Vienna orange. That's Hannah's favourite for that one. Emerald next. Oh, it's good to move. I've done it. Emerald. This is nice. I love this. This is such a vibrant colour. I don't think it comes across on your telly how vibrant it actually is, but it's beautiful, isn't it? Emerald green. 2.5 metres. Plus your thread. £16.95. That's beautiful. Emerald green. Very emerald green, that one. Okay, and now I'm going to have to walk to get the next ones. I'm here. Mauve mist. Oh, where is it with everyone upstairs today? I shall be putting it all in my shift report. I've remembered every insult. Mauve mist. Oh, okay. If you are sending in messages complaining about Hannah and Michael, apparently it's jammed. We can't get any of the messages out. In a second, it'll refresh. Just as we come off air, it'll refresh. Mauve mist. Email in. Oh, it's the email as well that's broken as well. Oh, no, you can email in. You can't web chat at the moment. It's just got jammed. That's the Mauve mist solid fabric bundle, 2.5 metres. Oh, a message has just come through from Anne. Exactly. How come Hannah's allowed favourites, but you're not, says Anne. I know. Thing is, she's got a contract and I haven't. That's the difference. Right, aqua. Now, Hannah's favourite. Hannah's second favourite, sorry, after the orange. She loves this. This would suit her as well, because her skin's a bit colour like this. £16.95. I'm only joking. Aqua. This is called aqua. Solid fabric. 2.5 metres of the fabric and the thread, £16.95. Not a very interesting picture for you at home, that is it really? Let me fold that one up. Right, and last but not least, right, have a look. There it is. That's what we made. Well, Jennifer made earlier. That's what Jennifer made earlier. I'll show you the pattern in a second. This is the Damson solid fabric bundle with the thread to make that. You see the other colours in the background there. This is what we used this morning. This is the Damson fabric here. £16.95, 2.5 metres, plus the thread for £16.95. And then this is the pattern we're talking about. This is the swing top pattern. Almost out of stock. Almost out of stock. 8 to 20 this. Almost out of stock. Make sure you check out your baskets. People will be disappointed at this rate. Okay, I'm going to tell you now, if you're not one of the next 4 people to check out in your basket, then you're going to be disappointed. I do try and warn you all the way through. So if you want this, check out your basket because there's not enough to go round. $12.95. Okay, moving on. I'll do everything. I'll put it all in the trolley like that. Is it on trolley? Victoria would that. Right, what's next? Oh, the other clothkits pattern first. Oh, nearly. Oh, of that. Okay, yes, of this one. This is the 50s dress that Jennifer made. Vintage tea dress, £12.95. Now, this only goes up to a size 16, but we are asking the buying department to find us a similar style dress in larger sizes. There's a picture of it finished. Now, that was in, obviously, the red. Now, with... Oh, I've got to get a move on. I haven't got much time left. Now, I think there's only 2 of these left. Or there were last time we checked. We'll double check now. Basically, you get 3 metres of the fabric for £29.95. It's lovely, isn't it? Okay, there's one left. There's one left available. Dial now. 800 112 44 33. Soundquarter.com. Sorry, I'll stop banging the table. Yes, right, there we go. I haven't had coffee in weeks. Then we had this fabric. These were the choices for that pattern that we showed you. This one's uncannily like the one on the front of the pattern, isn't it? This is the Joel Dewberry Rose Bouquet. There's only single figures of this one left now. Single figures of this bundle left now. 3 metres of the fabric for £36.95. £36.95. Is tomorrow's menu ready? Because I can just see the time. Right, and then last but not least... Oh, no, I've got to show you this couple again. If we put the graphics in of those, we did, didn't we? The Cocoa Bloom, that's fine. I've done that one. There's the other pattern I need to show you very quickly, and then a fabric. This is the other Clothkits pattern here. This is a shift dress, all season, apparently. All season shift dress. That's nice. Surely that's your choice when you wear it. Size 8 to 20, this one. Graphics coming in. £12.95 for that kit. That pattern, sorry. I think that's lovely. You can't go wrong with a shift dress, can you? Throw it on in the morning, covers up a multitude of sins. £12.95. And then I've got to show you this, because this is just adorable. I've not seen this before. Apparently Natasha's had it before, but I've not had this one before. I think it's linen. It's a linen finish, and I love it. It's just beautiful. The fabric is top quality, but you're loving it as well, I'm just being told. The colour is so fresh, isn't it? Really, really beautiful, fresh tones in there. You've got the greens and you've got the limes in there. They've got the jade in there as well. Oh, now apparently lots of you have multi-bought this, 5 and 6 and 7 units, obviously making a dress out of it. It is stunning. Even if you don't make a dress out of it, it's just the most exquisite fabric to have, isn't it? Really, really lovely. I love that. I can waft it as long as you like. £5.95 for half a metre. So now have we got tomorrow's menu? Oh. So this is tomorrow, it's me tomorrow. British summertime, we moving the clocks tomorrow? No. British summertime, it's called tomorrow. 8 a.m, joyful homeware. Well, that'll be Joy making homeware. Then at 9 o'clock, that's a summer beach wrap. That's Jennifer back again. Oh, hang on. Then Life's a Picnic. Is that Joy back again? For Life's a Picnic. Oh, I didn't know that. And then Sewist's Bookcase. That's me, on my own, doing all the brand new books that have just come in. They're all, just me on my own. Brand new books. Make sure you get some of this. I love this. Look, Jay, I've tidied the whole... Oh, I forgot that one. There's that one as well, but just look down there to see that one. I forgot that one. I've hidden it there. Anyway, I've tidied the whole desk for Jay. It's been lovely.
I've really enjoyed it today. Thank you for your company. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock with all that with Joy and with Jennifer, and then with me on my own at 11 o'clock. And sadly, Jay will be here as well, but that's a price we have to pay, isn't it? Thanks ever so much for your company. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Have a really, really lovely day, as I'm sure I will. I've got to go and do prep for tomorrow's show. Night, night. God bless. See you tomorrow.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter.